When I send my brother out the job, he be so fascinated. For the DEA, they got no evidence, they close that case. If a nigga thinking this shit sweet, he get shot in his face. I got Glock 19s, ARPs, I got hella K's. I been serving codeine to these fiends, yeah, they sip and drink. 5K a PT, what you mean, bitch, there's no debate. I been counting blues, counting green like it's Earth Day. And nigga think he me, but he not me on my worst day. I just pitch a rent on my motherfucking shirt. These niggas think we playin', hell nah, this ain't Earth. Pull up to a nigga land, pull up to his turf. Pull up with that Mac 10, pull up, go berserk. I been out that X again, I feel it in my nerves. Now she wanna fuck with Ken, that little bitch get curved. My little bitch, she not a 10, she 103rd. And I will draw all the money that was at the bank, bitch, that's word. I got WAP heart in my system, that's why my words slurred. They was so surprised when they killed him, but that boy was chirping like a bird. Nigga, I'm that shit like a turd, but my shit smell like cologne. I fuck her face, yeah, fuck her makeup up, then I send that bitch home. You don't wanna race, yeah, this a SRT with a red eye package on. You don't wanna smoke, bitch, FN57, shoot a nigga in his down. Hit that boy in his chest, hit his heart, now it's chrome. I told that pussy nigga, yeah, leave me alone. Shouldn't fuck with a member. You shouldn't fuck with the gang. You shouldn't fuck with the XMAN, your ex-man. And all my niggas messed up, yo, just like bang. And all my niggas in control of this shit, yo, like a game.
I'm from Gray Street, where we G-slide.
G-slide and hit your Ricky, yeah.
Sweet Shay Shay, would you be mine? You know I like the dark skin like Shay Shay. And really blue skin like Faye Faye. I think she need got a body like Tata. She fuck with BD cause I fuck her like a porn star. Freaky, her lip pussy got that voodoo. I know she gave it out and fell in love with Ofo. Say the feeling about what? I'm like, oh, whoa. My court for a nigga like Wazoo. Fuck around and just a codeine in my champagne. She going up like Diamond Lane in a Diamond Lane. She going down like a motherfucking stock exchange. Kick it like some cocaine, big campaign. I let the woods kiss the motherfucking ashtray. One more time for people, bet you I can make that ass shake. Baby, I can get you straight, don't act gay. I'm in Atlanta, you know one day I'll be back, babe. So put my daughter May, no back pay. If I gotta creep up on you with a mask face, I'll put these bitches on the blade for back pay. Doing numbers like a motherfucking fax page. Tell it, let it crooked, let it get your facts straight. All you niggas quick to tell is a rap race. Waste your time hating, I'ma do a rap chase. I'm from Gray Street, where we G-slide. Free my nigga Tango, sweet Shay Shay, would you be mine? You know I like them dark skin like Shay Shay. Got that pretty smooth skin like Faye Faye. I think she need he got a body like Tata. She fuck with me cause he fuck her like a porn star. Freaky deaky, her the pussy got that voodoo. I know she gave it out and fell in love with Coco. Takes a feel like butt, I'm like ooh woo. Go to court for a nigga like Wazoo. I got like Mari. She know I always keep it trill like B.A. I do it wrong, but I ain't even being sorry. He left a nigga for a free check. He ain't rollin' with no money, he a cheapskate. I'm just trying to get a ticket like a sweepstakes. I love my honey duck thick like cheesesteak. When a bitch like Eddie have you walking for some cheesecake. Making the bitch say I'm the man cause the D can't. Had a bitch that look like Cassie working 3 blades.
I don't have my camera on yet, putting up gang signs.
Which one look better? Is it Kendra? Is it LD? I need a miracle, my ass the Lord to help me. She a project bitch, but look hella clean. It's a couple of it comers that be on the scene. Fuck the ones under the covers like the phone. Gotta wish she knew was some way she could clone me. I might just pull up every rush, just make me lonely.
I'm from Gray Street, where we G-slide. Hey, free my nigga Kuno. Hey, free Shay Shay, would you be mine? Yeah, like Faye Faye. Like Faye Faye. She fuck with Balvin cause he fucking like a porn star. I know she gave it out and fell in love with. Oh, what? I'm like, oh, whoa. I like all the hotties with the colors in their hair. With the buzz in the air. Coming forward with a player. And you know I don't care at all. At all, at all. Watch a young nigga ball. You know I like them dark skin like Shay Shay. You think it's a bull. You know I like them dark skin like Shay Shay. Yo, smile. Too many hotties in my section.
What I mean? You know what I mean? I know Christmas is over with and all that, but you know what I mean? It's time to catch up, guys. It's time to get parasocial. What's up, man? How was your Christmas? Yeah, bro, the year is over. And guess what? My doctor said that I gotta drink less because of my enzymes. And you know what's crazy? I told my doctor, I was like, bro, I don't even drink that much. I don't even drink that much. I don't even drink that much. The last sip of alcohol I had was like 3 weeks ago. Hey, nah, I'm with you, Don. I'm with you. 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 Christmas is like all of December, in my opinion. Low key, Christmas is all of December into the end of January. Not January. Like the first week of January. You know what I mean? Like holiday season. You know what I'm saying? You good, bro? I'm good. I have the last time I drank was on stream. But that bottle that I had on stream is still like almost halfway full. What up, Chase? How long ago was that? Like 2 weeks ago. I think my problem is that whenever I do drink, I drink in bulk. So I make up for missed time. Like, for those... Y'all haven't seen it yet, but me, Tevin, and Omega recorded the drinking game in October. And... like, that was the day before TwitchCon. So, like, I drank so much during that drinking game. I think that drinking game was the most I've ever drank in my life. Like, ever. But the problem is, I was pouring my own drinks, and I don't typically make my own drinks. So I haven't developed a habit of like mixing my drink yet. So I was like pouring rum in my cup of Coke, but I wasn't stirring it. Like, but by the third drink, I forgot to mix it. So I was essentially drinking flavored rum, and like, so I'll just say I made it through the drinking game. But as soon as the drinking game ended, nigga, I threw up everywhere. The room was fucking spinning. Like, I thought I was good. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. Like, I'm drunk for sure, but I'm not like dying or whatever. Then I stood up. And I went to the bathroom. And it was you seen that Family Guy, you know, like the Family Guy shit with the niggas just throw up everywhere? That was me. And it's not because of how much I drank, it's because of how much I drank at the speed I drank it. Like in a 2-hour time span, I've probably had like an entire bottles of Bacardi. With no mixer or chaser. You know what I mean? Well, the thing is, I went to the doctor for a different reason. Okay, but I got blood work done because I needed to get blood. Okay, don't lose the song. Like, I had to get blood work done because of other things that I was noticing. But I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? But I was overdue. A doctor visit. And I got blood work done. And I got the results back today, and they was like, yo, let me see what that, matter of fact, hold on. I'll tell you what it said. They said that my red blood cells are elevated. And I need to let my liver stable. But I was like, bro, I don't even drink that much. Like within the last 2 months, like of November and December, I've probably drank I probably had a total of 10 drinks, and not bottles. I mean like drink given to me, you know, like I probably had like 10 overall, maybe 12 overall drinks in the last like 2 months. But I think October is what hit me really hard because I drank a shit ton in October. Basically, doctor said I gotta slow down on the alcohol, but guess what? I'm a grown ass man. What the fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? If I want to drink, I'm gonna drink. I'll just drink responsibly. Peace out, hoodie. Get some buckets, fam. Yeah, I think, well, this also is this is my second year actually drinking regularly. So, like, I think my body is like, slow down, nigga. Because, like, I'm catching up for years past. Liver equivalent of D-Lo. See, now I have to drink more to prove that I'm different. Matter of fact, drinking stream. Now we're doing a drinking stream, and you can blame CJ for this. My doctor said I had a liver disease 10 years ago, and I said, turn me up. I said, turn me up. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, by the way, new jacket dropped today. You know what I'm saying? This real high fashion shit. Don't ask me how much it costs, but it's very nice. I like it. I like it. I like it. You have to see it like in fit. Like in sitting down, you can't really tell what kind of jacket it is, but it's a very nice jacket. It's a very nice jacket. Also, just a gift? No, I bought this myself. Also, I got a package today. Oh, what is that? What is that? Yo, colors. Yo, colors. Yo, Raiders. Happy holidays. Thank you, Coach, for that raid. I appreciate you, Queen. How was your stream, fam? How was your stream? Hi, Raiders. Chat, say hi. Chat, say hi. Happy holidays to you too and your entire community. Chat, he doesn't know that I sent him a pipe bomb and a Corsair bomb. It's not a pipe bomb, okay? It's not a pipe bomb. But yeah, they Corsair sent me something, you know what I'm saying? And you want to hear something, or hear something. It's the high is horrifying. Hi. So, but hi, Fats. Hi, hello. So yeah, Corsair. Well, actually, I'm gonna turn off the. I guess this is my unboxing. So, Drake, shut the fuck up. I want. Hold on. I need some music. Oh, here we go. Yeah, real tunes. Real tunes. I guess we're gonna open it up. I wasn't gonna open it up, but like, you know what? We're chilling. All right. So yeah, Corsair sent me a box. TikTok cut. What's inside? I don't know. But look, the bottom is red. The bottom is red. So I mean, who knows what the future holds for us under this. Come on. They beat, I don't know about that. Shout out to Corsair. All right. Ooh. It's a bomb. Oh shit! Wait, this ain't gonna fall out right. Oh, okay. Oh, it's y'all can't. The camera's flipped. Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me unflip the camera. This is gonna look weird, guys, but just don't overreact. All right. I know. I know it looks weird. But look, you gotta read the box though. You gotta read the box. Look. Oh, look at that. The Corsair K70 Core. Reviewers edition. What the? I got the reviewers edition. Oh, oh shit. Oh, shout out to them. I didn't. Oh shit. Ooh, we got ourselves a new little keyboard. And it's the red edition? Hold on. See the little knob by the numpad? Hold on. Wait. What? Oh, is this? It comes with the thing to take off the keycaps? Is that what I'm seeing right here? Is that what this is? Is that what this is? I actually need one of these. Wait, this is actually sick, and it's red? Yo. Oh, okay. But also, we got a little mouse pad. This thing thick. Hold on. A switch puller? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Ah, there we go. Oh, damn, this thing. What is it? And we got the the red outline black mouse pad. This thing is long as my torso, as you can see. Oh wait, I'm dumb. This is the mouse pad. This is the mouse pad. This is nice. Ooh, wait, this is actually clean. This is actually clean. I thought it was the other side. This is actually mad clean. This is actually mad clean. Okay. I actually need another keyboard. All right. Bro. Okay. So here she is right here, right? This is the K70 Core. She is clean as a bitch. Wait, let me turn my canceling off. Y'all want to hear a type? Hold on. Wait. You should be able to hear it. Can you hear that? Can y'all hear that? I can't tell if you can hear it or not. The keyboard typing stream? Maybe. But wait. So this is the keyboard, right? This is a keyboard. Very, very nice. But hold on. I don't know. I truly don't know if this is just part of the reviewer edition or if this is what comes with the keyboard in general. I'll be able to give you more information on that soon. But now it makes sense why it came with the switch thing. Look at this. Yo, look at the other keycaps it came with. It's like gradient red. Yo. It's like gradient white to red. Like, wait. This is actually so clean. What? This is actually like Balvin wear to like a T. I'm not gonna lie. They sent Big Balvin the gradient white to red keycaps. Yo, I know what I'm doing after stream. I'm setting my new keyboard up. What's this? Oh, and this is a little like the wrist rest, I think, right? You like put it at the bottom of it. Like the milk. This carbon fiber. Hey. W Corsair. Because oh my god. Oh my god. This is actually. So, I'm actually geeking off this. Because I have 2 PCs now, so I've needed a new. Wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah, that flip camera was killing me. I have 2 PCs now, so I've been needing a new keyboard, and like, I think we won. God, and this dial right here kind of has me horny. I'm not gonna lie. This right here. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hook this joint up and actually use it, and then I'll get back to y'all on like how I like it, because I haven't used it yet. I got that today. The Dial 4, I think you could probably map it to whatever you want to, but I'm gonna assume it's a volume thing, so you can like change the volume of your computer like from that rather than just like doing it on like the PC manually, or are we gonna do a keycap stream where I take the keycaps off the keyboard and put them on? What up, Dion? I don't know, Dion. It's not a lie. I don't have hoes. Okay? I don't have hoes. All right, buddy. I'm holeless. All right, buddy. Don't come in here spreading false truths. Okay? Capper stream. Why would I lie? Why would I lie? Why would I lie? Now, I will say, if I did have a hoe, if I did have a baddie that, you know, was maybe in love with me and I was in love with her, she'd be lucky to have me. You want to know why? Did y'all see my? If you don't follow me on IG, follow me on IG, because hold on. I was clean as hell on Christmas. Hold on. I was clean as hell. Damn, who is that? Who is that? Who is that man? Who is that man? Who is that man? Roman Reigns? Bitch, I might be. Bitch, I might be. Why would I end stream to say hi to my platoon? Listen, buddy. Listen, Dion. If I had a wife, or if I had a platoon, as you call it, I wouldn't be streaming right now. All right? I'd be tending to my, I'd be tending to where I was needed. We'll say that much. Someday, and that day may never come, I will call upon you to do a service for me. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck was that? What the fuck does that mean? You need me to kill somebody? Because I will. Godfather quote because see that I view you so highly, Dion, that I thought you meant I had to go pull up on somebody. All right, I wasn't thinking about movies. I wasn't thinking about no Godfather, no Don Corleone. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, bro. I thought it was. I was about to end stream. I was about to end stream because I thought it was time. He's trying so hard to be one of us, the people. No funny shit. Do y'all really think I got bitches? like no troll. Like, do y'all really think that I'm like? You really think I just be out here? Yes, like be for real. I don't doubt it. Yes, yes. Okay, here's the problem, right? I know you, so yeah, okay. I feel like you hiding. do y'all y'all think I just got like I got hoes on call that I just hide from y'all? Like I'm just damn she bad. That I'm just like yeah, I'm gonna go on stream and pretend to be a a loser, more than likely. A commoner. We have no. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. I don't have bitches. Okay, let's just start there. That's the foundation. But the house that I'm building upon this foundation is that I am not starved of attention from bad bitches. You know, like I be posting selfies sometimes on the gram and I be getting the hard eyes reactions, you know what I'm saying? Like if I wanted to be that person, I could, but that's not my bag. Why you lie to us? I'm not lying. I don't have bitches. I don't. I'm just saying, generally speaking, listen, I'm a nice person. I know how to dress.
Look at us.
And I'm funny.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Huh? Who would have thought?
The bar is
Not
in
me.
hell for dudes. Okay. But I never, in a past life, maybe I had hoes. I don't want hoes anymore. I want to fall in love. Bro need Bobby to bag what he's capable of. Yeah, I need the Majin logo above my forehead. Oh, by the way, Jalen, we got two Jalens. Jalen with the 16 months and then Jalen Q with the 2 months. Thank you, fam. Appreciate y'all. I wanted to reawaken the evil in my heart. I wanted him to return to me the way that I was before. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. You have fallen in love with multiple women who feel the same? That's not true. Let's dial it back. That's not true. I want to say something right now. Let's make something very, very clear. Nobody has ever been in love with me the way I've been in love with them. And that might sound incredibly sad, but that's just the truth. That's just the truth. Damn, that got sad really fast. You're nice, you're rich. I'm not rich. I'm not rich either. That has to stop too. They could be in the other room waiting for you. What other room? This is my apartment right here. It's a one room. The kitchen's over there, my bed's over there, and my office is right here. Nigga rich with a platoon of hoes. Yacht in the back. Okay. Lord Balvin is planning cruises as we speak. Okay. Are y'all done lying? What do y'all gain from this? I don't come on here to get attacked for existing. You know, I come on here to hang out with my friends. Are you done lying? I'm not lying. I'm not rich. Matter of fact, hey, did y'all know that all subs right now are 25% off? Did y'all know that? Gifted subs are too. Koza, thank you for the prime,
Hey,
bro.
Look at us.
Thank
Look
you,
at us.
Koza. Salute.
Who would have thought?
Thank you, bro.
Not me.
Thank you. LB equals lot of bitches. No, it doesn't. No one's ever said that. No one's ever said that. No one's ever said, except you, Braxton. No one's ever said that. Literally just heard homegirl in the background. This man is lying. You didn't hear anything. It's the voices in your fucking head. Okay? You're losing your mind. Okay? The homegirl you just heard, that's in your brain. If you're hearing voices in your head talk to you, go to the fucking hospital. Okay? Go get that shit figured out, buddy. Bowing at, why do y'all think I'm rich? If y'all keep pushing this narrative, I make no money off Twitch. If I make no money off Twitch, I have to stop streaming. You can hear her laughing in the kitchen watching the stream. I'm not rich. I'm not. Balvin, didn't you let me borrow a Hellcat Red Eye like last week and a Lamb truck? No, odd God. I would never let you touch any of my cars. If I had those cars. Okay? If I had a Hellcat, I dead ass her that I have, bro. You know how I know you didn't hear the door? You want to know how I know that? Is because due to my incredible Elgato Wave DX and my Wave XLR and the Elgato noise canceling built into the Wavelink software, there is no possible way you'd ever hear a door opening or closing due to the noise canceling and amazing noise suppression built into my microphone. Thanks, Elgato. Bro was courtside at the Lakers game. He forgets. What did I hear? Nintendo, I don't know what you heard. I don't know what you heard, buddy. But whatever you heard, you're losing your fucking mind. Now that we're done talking about me, how was Christmas, guys? You get any good gifts? Did you give any good gifts? I'm not rich, says the motherfucker who stays catching flight. I have never been on a private jet before. Ever. Okay? I've never been on a private jet. That doesn't even make any sense. Nah, no. Oh. So it wasn't a very, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all for real y'all didn't get shit? Damn.
Look at us. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Curly-haired Latino with his rendition of Last Christmas at the bar.
I saw Balvin rizzing up a 5'3" curly-haired Latina. You know why that message horrifies me? Is that there definitely was a 5'3", 5'4" Latina at a bar that sang to me in Austin earlier this year. And I don't like that because I don't even think I specified how tall she was. I feel like you just said that because you think you know me and you're trolling me. But she was definitely a 5'4". Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Says the person who got a limo for himself. I got a limo for myself. Yes, it's true. It happened. But it's not like a limo costs $1,000. Okay? No, you didn't catch anything. She sang to me. She rizzed me up. Okay? She grabbed my hand and looked me in the eyes and serenaded me. Okay? I didn't approach her. You know what I did after that? I sat my ass at the bar and I said, "Oh, she's so pretty and nice. I would love to talk to her, but no, I'm a man and I'm going to let her enjoy her night at the bar with her girlfriends while I shut the fuck up. And mind my business." You didn't talk to her? Were you guys not there for the story? Were you guys not there for the story? Okay. Must I summarize? Must I summarize? Must I summarize? I was at a bar in Austin with Fats. Okay, having a good night with the bros. You ever just go out and be with the bros? Guys, DJ got an ad. Now, while he's gone, does he not know that 25% off subs? Also, someone could gift them a sub too, because that's also 25% off. Okay, bro. Now y'all saying I don't have hoes, because no. Please God. Please God. Please God. You're not understanding. First things first. First things first. I'm not Kai Cenat, okay? I don't come on stream and brag about me rizzing up girls, okay? Because that's weird, okay? I don't come on the stream and tell y'all like, yo, I got these, I pulled these bad bitches, because I don't need y'all to fucking be like, Balvin pulling bitches, you know? I don't do that, okay? I tell whenever I fumble, because it's funny. Okay, that's funnier. Because if I were to come on here and tell y'all, yo, whenever I went to this thing, whoopity whoop, and this bad bitch was all about me, who cares? Who cares? Okay, who cares? That's not, I don't need to tell y'all that. However, was she cute or not? Oh, she was beautiful. Okay, she was beautiful. She was everything. She was everything. Oh, true. I wanted to talk to her. I don't know what I wanted. All I know is that she sang to me, grabbed my hands, and looked me in the eyes and serenaded me. Okay. And then guess what happened after that? Her friends went on stage to sing more karaoke songs, and they pulled me out of my seat at the bar to come dance with them and record them as they sang their songs. I danced with all of them. Her friend, who was also a bad bitch, came and grabbed me and was like, come dance with me. And we did bachata together as the one that I wanted was on stage singing songs. You're not real? Okay, I'm going to explain this really quickly. Whenever I go out of town to places like Austin and so forth, and I meet people there, I like to come back and tell the stories about these fun things that happened that night. Okay? I don't go to these places. I don't go to bars to bag or fuck. I go and see where the night takes me. All right? We went out there and we danced and I recorded them and we went crazy and it was a fun time. And guess what? Now I have a story to tell you. Yes, it took me to multiple baddies, and guess what? I danced with those baddies. I hugged those baddies. We had a great time, and that's cool. I'm fine with that. I am fine with being out and having a good night with people than coming home by myself. I'm cool with that. I'm not outside to fuck. Okay? I'm not outside to fuck. I'm outside to have fun. And guess what? Because what makes me like, you know what I'm saying? Now I have this story to tell in the future, and I have that one that I could think like, yeah, she was cool. What if? What if? You know? Nah, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Could I have talked to her? Sure. But guess what? Also, I want to make something else clear. Earlier this year, whenever I was going out and being like, you know, being a wild boy or whatever, during February and March, I was dealing with some of the worst emotional turmoil that I've ever dealt with in my life. Some of which what y'all saw on stream. and saw publicly happen. And there was other things happening behind the scenes that was also tearing me down mentally and emotionally. That I also had these trips planned in February and March already in advance, on top of my life being probably the worst it's ever been. So I wasn't in the emotional state to go and bag somebody at a bar. Just to add context, because at the time I was very, very vigilant on like, not being that guy. Like I was talking to Fast because Fast was there. He was like, bro, go talk to him. And I was like, for me, when I see 5 gal dem at a bar together doing their thing, I'm like, you know what? It's girls' night. If they want to come talk to us, we gonna go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if not, I'm just gonna be on my own shit. You feel me? Because right now, mentally, I can't bring myself to go and do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to have a good time. Type shit. Type shit. Type shit. But here's the thing. 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 Yes, she came and sang to me. I know. And that's fine. Maybe she did want to fucking fuck me. Okay. Maybe she did want my number. Maybe she wanted me. Maybe the fiery passions of her heart were flaming for my presence. But guess what? It didn't happen. And now she's gone. And guess what? That's beautiful to me. Because now I have the memory in my mind of that one night and that one girl who was mad cool. That's okay. I like that. I don't know. Something about that's exciting for me. I don't know. It's just fun. Because can I be honest though? Also, Dose, thank you for the gifted sub. Also, I do not have Gal Gadot on speed dial. Because I think a piano should fall on Gal Gadot's head. Fuck that woman. She's a piece of shit. But 2024 is the year of us not making 2023 mistakes. True. But check this out though, right? Check this out. I can't explain to y'all how many times, like, but this is my point. What I said earlier. Do I have bitches? No. But am I starved of attention from women? No. No. Because anytime I go out somewhere, anytime I go to a bar, or if I post something somewhere, typically there is interest garnered towards me. Like, I had someone, you want me to be candid? I'll be candid right now. I had someone shoot their shot at me last month. Or no, sorry. I had someone shoot their shot at me 3 weeks ago. Excuse me. Like, full on from the three. Like, they slid it on. They was like, yo, like, I'm not gonna say what they said, but they definitely shot the shot at me. Balvin a little slut. How am I a slut?
Look at us.
How am I a slut?
Balvin just
Look at us.
breaking
Huh?
hearts
Who would've
left
thought?
and right.
Not me.
I'm not a slut. How am I a whore? I posted a selfie of myself and someone was like, damn. This happens to everybody. Thank you for the resub, Omega CIA. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. What happened? I wasn't interested. Just to be honest. You want me to be honest? I left them on red. I wasn't interested. I just wasn't. Like, like they're cute. They're definitely cute. I just wasn't interested. No, why is my there's no way my homie, I didn't even know this nigga was watching me. This nigga posted the clip already on Twitter of me. I'm fine with that. I am fine with being out and having a good night with people than coming home by myself. I'm cool with that. I'm not outside to fuck. Okay? I'm not outside to fuck. I'm outside to have fun. And guess what? Because what makes me like, you know what I'm saying? Now I have Jesus Christ. Nigga posted. Okay. I'm not outside to fuck. Okay. All right. But I don't know. I don't have any options. That's what I'm saying. See, funnier now? You dumbass Drew. Go dumb as hell. But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. No, I don't have better options. You want to know why? I don't entertain people. I don't have a roster. Okay? I don't have a roster. At my core, I am lonely. I'm just saying that as far as attention goes, like I could put my foot first and definitely acquire something if I want. No, I don't have options. I don't have options. Bro got a market cap. Market cap. Here's the thing. I had a roster at one point. Okay? I've had a roster at one point. But my point is from as far as I could remember, I don't have options. No, I don't have options. I'm saying generally speaking. Like I'm not saying that there's a person in mind that I could message right now and be like, "Yo, whoop-de-whoop." I'm saying just generally speaking, if I put myself to the world, something would come my way. Okay? Like something would come my way. I'm not saying there are people waiting on me to be like, "Yo, Balvis, slide on me." That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I just know generally if I put energy to the world and was like, yo, I want to fuck something, more than likely something would probably happen because I've seen it happen in the past. Now, I'm not going to lie though. I was taken aback. I was taken aback a little bit when someone fully shot their shot at me on Instagram because that hasn't happened in a long time. Like, I've had people flirt with me before and like be playful and stuff. But it's been a long time since somebody was like, "Yo, I likes you and I want you," like that. I'm off of the strength of that even happening. I almost was like, I want to entertain this, but that's the toxic side of me. Okay, that's the toxic side of me. Because you know what I'm saying? It must be great. No, it's not great. Okay? It's not great. I don't have a league. I don't have a league. Okay? I don't have anything. Okay? Can we let's circle back to the point of this conversation. The point is that I have never been starved of this attention my entire life. Even whenever I was a teenager. Like I was probably more up as a teenager than I am now, to be honest. Like I was a hot commodity in my younger days. Okay? I was a hot commodity out here in my younger days. All right, you know what I'm saying? Now, you can even ask Mike. Even online, I was a hot commodity. In real life and online, I was a hot commodity. All right. I've never been starved of this. Okay. Never. That's why I'm at the point of my life now where I'm like, I'm not out here for the game no more. You feel me? I want to fall in love with somebody and hold their hand. You can't like I know real niggas relate to what I'm saying. Like I'm done with the game. I'm done. I'm done with the game. I'm done. I'm done with the whole like going out and finding somebody at a bar and like flirting and fucking. I'm done. I want fiery, slow burn, passionate love. Okay? I want someone to notice how my eye twitches. You know what I'm saying? I want someone to buy me a cigarettes after sex vinyl. Nigga retires like Tom Brady. I'm done with the game. The game. I don't give a fuck if the game ain't done with me. I'm done with it. I'm retiring early. Yes, like Barry Sanders. I'm done. I've got no more interest in the rat race. I'm not out here. I'm not trying to be in a dating pool. I'm not trying to go to bars and pick up girls or have girls pick me up. I'm good. I'm good. I want passionate, fiery, slow burn. I want to be in love. Why are my fucking Twitter homies in here? Why the fuck? Fucking Drew is in here, and now fucking Kicks is in here. God damn it. Fucking James is in here too, dog. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. You got Braun type longevity in the game. I don't want to be Braun. Okay? But if you ever wonder how my mental is wired or how my psyche is wired, right now, I know, yeah, I figured it was because of Drew, who I didn't even know what was in here, and then the nigga posted the shit. I was supposed to play a game today, and now here I am ranting about love. Look, all I'm saying is, that's why whenever I pop outside, I can flirt with people and talk to people and have fun and shit, but I'm not interested in bringing the shorty back to the crib for a little one night shaboing bing bing. I don't care no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't get horny for sex anymore. I get horny to cuddle. I'll be in my bed like, damn, man, I just want to fucking lay down with somebody right now. But unfortunately, I am finding myself being way too honest with you people. So we're gonna dial this back. And I want you, yes, please think that I have bitches. Please think that I have hoes. Please think that I have bitches. Please think all this shit. Okay. Do not know the real me. Have you ever thought that the fact that you don't care is what attracts the baddies? I know. No, I am fully cognizant of why I would probably, I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't know whenever why I go out, typically someone falls in love with me. I don't know. But you know what else I know? I fall in love with people too. There's a bartender at every single con that I've gone to. There's a bartender in that city that I'm looking forward to going. All my niggas want me to come up to Austin and hang out with them. And I'm like, I'm not going to Austin to hang out with you niggas. I'm going to this bar to see if she's still there. That was a bit parasocial. My bad, y'all. My bad. I took my girl to the movies 2 times after we got out of high school. 20 years later, we're still married. You see what I mean? I want that. I want that. You guys can have the whole. You guys can have the whole. I'm gonna go to the bar and fuck on some hoes and have these girls have a roster. You can have that. All right. You can have that. Oh my god. All right, yo, chat, what's good, man? Let's log back in. See, I don't talk about this because I spiral out of control. You know how I live my life? I don't even worry about that shit. Because if I'm not falling in love with you, I don't care. And if you don't want me to fall in love with you, don't talk to me. Simple. Because you gonna think like, oh, this nigga is a piece of shit. He just want my body. He just flirting. And in my mind, I'm like, she does not know that I have already mapped out our entire life the next 30 years. Like, she might think, oh, I'm just some dude at the bar that's just, you know what I'm saying? No. No. Like, I know what my vows are to you now. Like, I'm looking forward to bringing you home to my mother. Like, don't play with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to see that. Anyways, I have an idea. Boys, I have an idea. What if we stop talking about this, all right, and play Lies of P? What if we play a video game? What do you guys think? Because I don't know how long I'm streaming, but I'd like to play a video game. And I've had people on my dick about playing Lies of P again. And I already know that whenever I play this game, a lot of people are going to leave. But guess what? Who cares? Because I want to beat this fucking game. I want to beat, because it's a good video game. And I think I would like to close this chapter so I can play Cyberpunk again with no guilt. So let's load this bitch up. I should have started earlier because I'm gonna get washed, bro. I'm gonna get washed. I have not even touched this game in probably a month now. So I forgot all the buttons, my parry timing. Oh my god. It's about to get nasty in here. But hey man. Yes, the VOD will be uploaded for sure. Bro, hey, next time y'all hear me go on a rant about love and shit, hey, stop me, okay? Okay. Hey, next time I go on a rant about, like, you know, relationships and stop me, okay? Stop me. It serves me no good. It serves me no good. Where's my camera? Wait, I don't know. Where the fuck is my camera? There we go. I'm not outside to fuck. I'm not. Jesus Christ. This is my life. All right, man. Let me move. All right, death counter. I don't know what the last death counter was. It's not that. I don't know what the you do. Oh god. Wow. Bro does not lack. What y'all saying damn for? What the, bro? That's not even that much. That's not even that much. What you mean damn? Triple digits? So Red Dragon, did you beat this game in under 100 deaths? Huh? Did you beat this game in under 100 deaths? Did y'all beat this game under 100 deaths? Tell me, chat. 264 is crazy. Did y'all beat this game under 100 deaths? Did y'all count y'all deaths? Or no? Probably not, right? Probably not, right? Maybe. Right. Nah, but you said you would. That's fair. Perhaps. All right, man. Uh, all right. I sent out my going live tweet. I haven't done that in my last like 4 streams, so like how's game audio, chat? It looks kind of quiet actually. All right, well no, it's turned all the way up. Do I have the game turned down? How about now? It still feels kind of quiet. Am I tripping? It's good? If y'all say it's good, then we're... Oh, wait. Duh. Okay. Okay. The GOAT is live? I appreciate that, dude. Alright. So, I'm on fire. Alright. So, for those that don't know, this game is a, Souls-like, that has been kind of whooping my... Wait a minute. We beat this boss, right?
It was a total attack.
Oh, yeah.
The Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the Fox, the Cat, and Alidoro, too. I don't even want to guess what they might be planning, pal. This way must lead to their headquarters, shall we?
The mud thing? Nah, no, last stream, the last boss I thought we fought was it was the brothers again. It was the brothers. We beat the Black Cat or the Black Rabbit family. They came back, we fought them again. And it was a trio fight. And that took us a while, but we did beat it. Story-wise, we're going to the Alchemist Island to find the Master of Puppets, right? To like stop him from doing bad shit. That's the point. That's the consensus right now. The synopsis.
Hey, look! That lever resembles... Yes, it seems we can use it to call a submarine.
Submarine. Oh shit, we really finna we going all the way over there. Oh, this us? God damn. That's a nice ass submarine, boy. Got that shit with a shark card. That's a GTA Online special. It had a shark like painted on the front.
Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit.
I can't drive a submarine.
What the? Hey, it's Sophia.
How did you get here? Mama?
I am finally meeting you here. You're a clever one, so it shouldn't surprise you that the Sophia at the hotel isn't really me.
Huh?
My real self is on the upper part of the Abbey. I became his tool a long time ago. I have endured such pain. My soul split into pieces.
What?
Truth is, I guided you this far not to save Krat, but to save me. I felt guilty about that. But I was so elated when you answered my call. Despite it all, I thank you. My spirit and my body have lived apart for too long. Perhaps in death, they will reunite. In peace, I'll grant you my power before my spirit diminishes further. Stargazer will guide you, clever one. If you find my body, please help me find peace.
No!
My guidance ends here. After images of memories rage on the seaside because of Ergo, please be careful. I can't hold out forever, but I'll support you.
Wait, okay. The person that she's saying that made her endure or whatever, was that my dad? Did my dad do that? Or is she referring to the other guy? Like, or I don't know. The other guy. Okay.
I am the daughter of Valentinus,
Ah.
leader of the alchemists. Simon was my father's right-hand man.
Oh.
Ambition overwhelmed him, however, and he spread the petrification disease,
Oh.
taking countless lives. Why would he do that? I don't know. But he brings a dark world upon us. That's for certain. Stop him, however you can. The petrification disease freezes time and memory within the afflicted body. Ergo is the purified essence of that life, trapped by the petrification disease. When I discovered that, it opened my eyes, and I was able to manipulate time using Ergo. Simon, on the other hand, is trying to use my power to fuel his ambition. I wound back your time to protect you, so you could stand against him.
Oh.
So stop him. Save Krat.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, so that's the beginning of the game. That's why she woke me up. She woke me up to get to this point, basically. Oh, that's fucked. What up, Sotos? Oh, that's some... I'm not gonna lie, it's been so long since I played this shit that I forgot like what the story beats were. Wait, what? Oh guys, we got winter clothes. Wait. How do I change my fit? Oh look guys! Hooray! I'm not wearing this weak ass shit. I'm not wearing this weak ass shit. Y'all know me. Raw the dogs. Yeah, chat, redeem your lows. All right, so boom. Now we're back in this bitch for real. So we're at the Alchemist Island to fight Simon. This is the final boss. Well, we're not at the final boss yet. This is the final like chapter of the game, though, from my understanding. This is the climax. This girl right here has been helping us since the beginning of the game. She's the first voice you hear whenever you wake up at the very beginning. And she's been like your maiden, basically. She helps you level up. She guides you to what to do next and so forth. And apparently, her body and her soul have been split because this guy up here is a demon. And now we have to kill her to give her peace from this torment of life she's living now. But hey, this area look horrifying. So Zai, I'm gonna ask you because you played the game before. If I stream for 5 hours from now onwards, what is the likelihood that I beat this game? What up, Hive? Now, to be fair, this first hour of gameplay is not real because I'm relearning all the mechanics and shit. So, Lord knows how this is gonna go for me. Because I probably got like 7. Nah, what the hell?
Hi. Are you trained to be a stalker too? Let's practice together. Call me Lampwick.
What? Because I probably got about like, what, 5 or 6 bosses left maybe? And we're going to see how that goes because you can't really tell with these kind of games. Kagami, I don't... Wait.
He didn't even come to your graduation? I don't care if an old man like that kicks the bucket. Don't say that. It's nice you got any family at all. Let's start talking about this. Oh, she's here. Grab her.
Whose memories are these? Wait, one boss took you 5 hours in this section? Oh, buddy.
Please teach me how to use a sword. You're a legendary stalker.
Ugh, so annoying. Germany, get rid of them. I'm off.
Is this me? Are these my memories? Hey, I don't like this area, bro. It's way too open. This should feel like Death Stranding. That's a person.
My God. No. I'm sorry. I was too late. I wish I'd got here sooner. If I had known this would happen.
Was that me? I feel warmth. Was that me or was it the other boy? Guys, a lot of shit's going on right now and I'm just trying to process it. Do I have any of that more crack? I do have crack. Oh, hell yeah. I've seen some people clear in a few tries. It took me days personally. What? I'm not gonna lie. It's been some in this game that took me like more tries than I'm proud of. And then there's some in this game that have just completely whooped my ass. And I'm a little scared with this current weapon that I'm using because I'm not really good at its like ability. But I don't know, we'll figure it out. What the fuck? Wah! What? Bro, how do I wait? Bro, what are these swole ass scorpions? Nigga, what is that? Yo, okay. If they get hit by that, he ate that shit. Okay, that's better. This brolic ass scorpion. Oh my god. Nice. Is he attacking me? Okay. This freaky ass monster. Okay. Hitboxes, hello. My ass. Was that even worth it? Oh my God. All right. We're going up there. I'm not worried about this shit. I'm not worried about y'all. Look me in my face. I ain't got no worries. Oh! Yeah. Nope. Nope. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I'm on Mortal Kombat shit right now. I must go to the top. Yes, I'm not a fraud and I am gonna beat the game. I deserve W's for that. Oh, Christ. Hey, fuck off. Oh, guys. Why is there always a big, strong boy blocking the door? This is a boss. This kind of like this is the boss, isn't it? There's got to be a boss, right? Door Guardian. All right. It's just the Door Guardian. They're in every game they have one of these bosses, and we handle these. Bro, he's a doorman. He's a deacon. He's an usher. And I'm parrying that. So I did not parry that. So as you can see, I did not parry that one. Guys, there's a closer spawn point, right? I don't have to run through no man's land in fucking Normandy every time I die, right? Getting clapped by the concierge is crazy. See, that's how I know you got money, all right? I wouldn't even think about saying concierge or anything, all right? This is the only bad boss in the game? Don't say that. Don't say he's bullshit. Don't say that. Say that this boss is one of the most well-designed bosses in history, right? He's chasing me all the way up here! I wish I died. I'll be honest. I wish I died. I wish I died on that fall. I wish I died. This boss is peak gameplay. I just don't believe you for some reason. Am I wrong for that? Am I the problem? Maybe. Why is he walking like that? You sneaky. Yo, get this fucking steroid scorpion out of my face. Yo, son. Now, luckily, this game is well designed. So when I go in this boss fight, that thing can't follow me. All right. Watch this. Y'all think I don't, bro, watch this. Bad boss. Like, I'm him. Okay. Stand up. Nah, this fake ass Bane, bro. Like, let me in. I have a membership with y'all. So I think that move right there, we're gonna move on from trying to parry that one. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from trying to parry that one because clearly it's just not happening. So new strategy, all right? What if we dodge that? What do you guys think? Thoughts? Opinions? Any intermingling? Yeah, apparently, hey, he said no J's in the club. No J's in the club. Have you tried winning? Have you tried? Can't say that. No, I haven't. I'm gonna try to win this time. I think this run right here is the run because I changed my outfit. You know, I'm wearing some khaki or some khaki pants, some dress shoes. No J's in the club. All right, here we go. Lock in, boys. Balvin, Balvin, Balvin. All right, I forgot this nigga is Sonic the Hedgehog apparently too. Okay. All right, so how do I win this fight? So that That hand clearly is not supposed to touch me. Oh! He just kicked the dog. Okay. Right. When is it my turn, sir? Nice. He just did it. Am I fighting Hulk Hogan? Guys, I'm doing like... Okay, I'm doing something wrong because I'm doing no damage to him. Like, do I... Something's not right about this fight. Okay, there's a thing on the... What is that? What does that do? What you gonna do, brother? What? Okay, what is this like? The door is not opening. Oh wait, use badge? Okay, I don't have it. I don't have the membership. I don't have the membership. I don't have the... Does he has it probably. Okay. Bro, what the... I'm doing no fucking damage to him. Okay, right. Yo. Am I dumb? Okay, parry. Oh God. Okay. 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 So we okay. So what we've assessed is that either I am extremely underleveled or there is something that I'm doing wrong here. Have I tried hitting him really hard? You know, I haven't tried that. Maybe we could try that next run. And now I'm going to ask for the people at home. Is the gimmick here that I'm missing painfully obvious? Okay. Kinda no it isn't. Maybe try a non-violent approach. Yeah, I'll ask him how his day is going. Should I change weapons, maybe? Can I change? Maybe I should try changing weapons. Maybe it's blunt damage that I have to do. Wait, am I fat rolling? I am fat rolling. Okay, nice. You did it twice. Okay, right, nice. That's a parry! Ah! Okay, so remember whenever I changed weapons to do more damage? Yeah, remember that? Yeah, I think this weapon is so not upgraded that it literally can't hurt him. I literally can't hurt him anymore. Right. Can I? Wait, no. This one. Okay. So let's take our observations here. It doesn't seem like the right side of his body can be affected. Maybe I'm onto something. What do you guys think? Oh wait, what? I was using this weapon, but what does more? Oh, but this scales off of. Oh no. This does not do that much more damage than the other one. He's got a zig when he zags, right? Hey, if you're not first, you're last, right? Whatever the fuck Drake said. All right, let's be honest, Chad. Let me stop acting, right? Let me stop acting. Let's. Sorry for baiting y'all, but I've been trolling this entire time. Sorry for joshing you, but it's time to get serious. I was acting. I was trying to bait for subs, but nobody gifted any, so that wasn't working. So let's get for real now. Watch this. Okay, starting now. Because as you can see, so now the acting stops, right? Now, starting now. Yeah, my OST didn't kick in. My OST didn't kick in. Have y'all seen those videos on Twitter of those like super creative things that like these streamers do with like channel points, where they'll like have really like cool interactive like visuals on screen and like TTS and stuff? I want to set something up like that in my channel soon. I might take TTS off of money only and let TTS be done through channel points. A good amount of channel points though. I also think I might go take the animations from Budokai 3, the loading screens, and have them like Vegeta on the screen at all times, and we'll have like a Vegeta push-up meter. So at the end of the stream, we'll see how many push-ups we can do for Vegeta, and it's like 50 channel points. Okay. All right, chat. Time to win. That hit me. Bro, I can't parry that shit for shit, man. Why am I stupid? Like, what? Why am I stupid? Like, I think this is right. I mean, I'm doing damage. Okay. And he's doing more damage than me. We're gonna just have to brute force it that way. I think the only damage I'm seeing done is to that left leg, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm done acting. Let's like, you know, I'll be honest, y'all, Ben Affleck called me and he said that he saw some of my acting on Twitch and he was very impressed by my talent to convince people that I'm bad at video games. Because me and Ben go way back, and Ben knows that I'm like I'm nice at video games. And when he'd watch me stream, he was like, wow, you're like really dog shit. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's all part of the act. It's comedy, you know what I mean? People laugh at me, and then I just, I get past it. But eventually, like, after so many tries, I'm like, okay, guys, bitch dead. Let's, like, win the game. And that's right now, actually. We got about 5 deaths in here. And first time chat. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know. I know. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I figured that out like probably 5 runs ago. Oh my God! I imagine niggas who backseat like that are like Majin Vegeta. It's like, I'm doing this for you all. I do this for you, Scoobs, Kingseye. Even you go on. Balvin! You beat the boss by doing this obvious thing! And I might get timed out! I do this for you, chat! Look at a tale of 2 first-time chatters. A tale of 2 first-time chatters. Someone suck that guy's dick. Someone suck that guy. Someone suck that guy's dick. Wait a minute, guys! I did it! Oh my God, that hurts so much. This nigga fell on me and did half of my health. That hurts so fucking much. God damn it. Why did him falling on me do so much Alright, no more healing. It's fine. Just no. One more time. Knock him down. Wait, he's rolling. He's not rolling. What is he? Got your leg. Got your toes. Wait. Oh. Fall for me, boy. Fall for me. Fall. Am I hitting his leg? Oh, shit. I can't tell. Well, I guess the damage is showing that I'm hitting his leg. There's no way. Inshallah, that healing is there. Barry. Got him. Wait! Finally, someone fell for me. Hey, get it, guys? I'm a fucking comedian. GG, boys. GG. Easy clap. GG. GG. Yeah, they must have run out of ankle braces, because if that guy had another one on his left ankle, that is the hardest boss in the game. Because how do you fight him? Yeah, can we discuss that for a second? What a weak ass boss. What a weak ass boss. Like, compared to every other boss in this game, that was so random. All right, we're finally here, guys. London. Not to be a little bitch, but I might be an ad skipper right now. Never mind. I skip more ads than Twitch chat. Get it? Because, like, ads, but, like, advertisement, but, like, in reference to the characters in the game. You guys get it? Ah! Now, whenever we come out of this cutscene, I'm not getting back shots, right? Right? I'm getting back shots. I'm getting back shots. Move! Run! Oh my god. I got no time to waste fighting that guy. Plot twist. Chat, it's your turn. Please. Who put that poor NPC right there with, like, just by himself? Just a torso. In a world full of... Oh, hello. I don't like this. What a W dodge, Lord Balvin. Great gameplay showcase right there. Thanks, chat. I was really proud of that. I couldn't even see the missile coming, but the timing was in there. You know, it's innate in my body to know when to press X. I'm really good at pressing my X. That is, I didn't even mean to say my there. It just kind of slipped out. Hey, you know who constructed this like tower has a small dick. Because no one needs all this. What? I thought I was at the top. This is the second floor. All right, now what am I meant to do here? Because it's a lot going on. I've got roid up Scorpion here, who's beating my... Okay. Okay. No. I didn't come this far to die. So what I'm gonna do... No. Don't be a bet. You're being bad. You're being bad. I don't like bad kittens. Wow, he just tried to... Please, God, I'm like doing no damage to bro. Don't be racist. You know what? I have decided I don't want this chest. I'm lying. I'll die for it. Fuck it, who cares? Ah! Back shots! I got an amulet, though. I got the amulet, though. I came, I saw, I conquered, I shot you down. I got the amulet, though. But you feel me, though? Like, who makes a castle and has, like, all of these rooms and all these stairs? I feel like there's a room wasted here, you know? Like, you ever play these games and find that one, like, room that's, like, 600 square feet with nothing but one chest inside of it? That's either an empty room or a very depressed man lives in there. Because, like, what, who puts a room, like, who moves somewhere and then furnishes a room with one drawer behind him and a few like pieces of art on the ground? Like, what kind of sad, lonely man has all this space in his like surroundings, but has one drawer for clothes, a few vinyls, and that's it, and some shoes? The Bachelor Tower, you know? All my real men know. All the bro. Huh? There's a ladder. Now who put this ladder here? Climb, please. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Scoobs. I'm gonna kill Scoobs in particular. Nobody else. I'm gonna kill Scoobs. Nobody else. I want Scoobs fucking dead. How about that? So guys, you guys got any New Year's plans? You guys got any New Year's plans? Anything exciting going on? Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, there's no need to add a death or anything. Just sitting? That's real shit. Surviving? Huh, you're gonna fail at that one. Sorry. Sorry, that was a... I'll be watching my favorite streamer, Lord Balvin, start Final Fantasy 16. Alright, guys. If we hit that sub goal before January 1st, I will stream the entirety of Final Fantasy 16 in 3 days. If we hit 1,000 subs in 4 days. How bad do you want it? Subs are 25% off. And if you can't afford it, tell your friends. Ain't that game 400 hours? If I stream FF16 10 hours a day for 3 days straight, I could beat it. Because I've heard that game is mind-numbingly easy, and I'm a gamer, so it probably wouldn't take me that long. It's 30 hours if you don't skip the cutscenes. Okay, fine. Not 3 days. We'll do a 5-day stream subathon, and we'll call it My Final Fantasy. I don't even believe you should get that amount of subs. Nah. When it comes to money, I'm a man of my word. And if niggas pay me to do something, I mean, I feel like contractually obligated to, you know? Hey, this area is kind of... They think I'm gonna fight these guys? Go to hell. Okay. So, he just grabbed me off the ladder like I was a doll. And just gave... Climb at the heel! Climb! Climb faster! I blame Kojima. I blame Kojima for that. Yeah, MGS ladder. I blame Hideo Kojima for that ladder right there. Nobody else. Yeah, I have no New Year's plans. I might stream the New Year in. What do you guys think? Get parasocial a little bit? Maybe get some alcohol? Get some soju? And we watch cut videos. Or better, we react. What if we react to Ludwig reacting to news in the gaming world? He did it. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was gonna work. I don't know. Like, I don't know why I figured that I would have been fine this time if I was faster or something. I was wrong. This is great. Oh, this is great. You guys having fun? My enzymes wouldn't like that. My doctor said, they didn't say I can't drink anymore. I just have to drink less. And like I said, I haven't had a drink of alcohol in probably like 3 days or 3 weeks. 3 days. Yeah, I haven't had a drink since last night, so I think I'm fine, guys. I haven't had a drink in like, you know. I think also I talked to my doctor. It's not even just alcohol. I have to drink alcohol differently, which I think this is good for me to hear. Like, I can have beer. You know what I'm saying? I can have beer. I can have some soju. You know what I'm saying? I can have a little Mike's Hard Lemonade. But it's not advisable for me to just drink rum out of the bottle. The alcoholic arc has been postponed until next year. Well, I already drink socially. I don't really drink at home very much unless I'm depressed. And let me tell you, boys, seasonal depression has been winning. I like calling it seasonal depression to avoid what I'm actually sad about. Kind of base, if you ask me. Eat more liver? New year, new liver? I mean, honestly, what I'm really excited about for the new year is the body count reset. Or any bodies that you got this year don't count anymore. The hell? Sister Alchemist Oreid, although she could not be completed, may she be with us through her noble sacrifice. Bro died. I went negative this year, and guess what? That's good, Chase. I got a hot take. Sex, if you're not married, is bad. The Christians were right. The Christians were right. We just didn't. They did the way that they executed their message was not probably the proper way to do it. But just wait till marriage. I forgot what disruption does. I forgot what disruption does. I forgot what disruption does. I forgot. The Greeks and Romans were right. Orgies with everyone. Not for me personally. You know, the Greeks and Romans were right about a lot of things. But I'm not a freaky nigga. You know what I mean? I need my schlong. Yo, Damo. You know we can read that, right? You know we can read that message, right? Climb, climb, climb. Kratos killed a Pantheon for a reason. Be honest, we all got that one we kill a Pantheon for. You know?
Look at us. Hey.
Okay.
Look at us.
these
Look at
ads
us.
were
Huh?
on.
Who would have
They
thought?
broke me.
Not me.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the ads, but thank you, Simon, for the resub, bro. Appreciate it. His family was murdered? Right, but like, that means he liked his family and his wife. If he didn't like his wife and they were murdered, he probably would have been like, oh, well, damn. Nature of the beast. But true love persevered, and he was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking kill Zeus. Because look, you can love somebody, right? And if a god, matter of fact, never mind. Never mind. We're not ready for this conversation. I was in a fat ass circle, but W shortcut. Am I a silly goose, chat? You know what, chat? This year, don't be sad, be silly. That's what I'm. Oh my god, that's what I'm on. Don't be sad, be silly. We some silly boys. Oh my god, dude. Who had a nightmare about a scorpion on steroids and was like, I'm okay. Logic quote? No, I'm not quoting Logic. I just got punctured. Bro. What a... Okay. Dagger him! If they end Kratos' story arc, I think his son takes the mantle. I'd love to see a story played out. Nah, I think that, oh, you mean like the mantle of, like, just being the lead of the games? Yeah, I can see that. I'd be interested to see what an adult Atreus looks like. That would be interesting for sure. But yeah, nah. So we beat this game today, right, boys? And then we move on to the next game, Bookworm Adventure. Well, I mean, some niggas is growing up with Atreus right now. You know? Some little niggas right now didn't grow up. So a lot of the niggas that played God of War ain't grew up with Kratos. Hell, I didn't really grow up with Kratos. Like I didn't play those games when I was younger. Whoa! Need a parry? Yeah, if I could get this timing back down, God, I'd be a freaky son of a bitch. Hello Kitty next? Nah, probably not. I think Hello Kitty would take too long. You know? Yeah, I'd like to go back and play God of War 2 and 3, and 1, but maybe one day. But I've got too many other video games to play right now to go back and play. Like, what the fuck? Right. Nice. There's traps now. Nice. Oh. Getting a Warzone stream? Oh yeah, in the future, absolutely. There'll definitely be a Warzone stream in the future, for sure. Don't know when, but it'll happen. That's been one of my off-stream games recently, is Warzone. I'm playing a lot of Warzone. I'm playing a whole lot of Warhammer 40k Darktide. Balvin Wick. Yeah, the Warzone Balvin was like Warzone Balvin was low-key like Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Like I was like not Super Saiyan 3 Goku, but Super Saiyan 2 for sure. Good era. Okay. Okay. Wait! What if I just say fuck you and go over here? I'm gonna kill this guy because, buddy, you're racist. Oh! Budokai 3 mod stream. That was a hilarious moment in time, but I feel like the moment has kind of passed. I feel like I had to play that shit more whenever it happened, or, you know, now, well, I don't know, we'll see, maybe. I just feel like being there that night for the Tenkaichi, or no, sorry, the Budokai AF stream. I feel like going back to it now without like having that context, you know what I'm saying? Might not hit the same. However, okay. Cause whose story was I doing? Oh my god. I was fighting, it wasn't Cell, but it was whoever the modded character was of Cell. I forgot his name. Y'all, if you're there, you remember. It was the blue guy. Perfect Zeal. Okay, see now that we're talking about it, I do kind of want to go back and beat Perfect Zeal, because I never did beat him. Okay. I never did beat Perfect Zeal. And I don't like getting off the game without beating the boss. But Perfect Zeal was beating the shit out of me. God, I was there for hours. Okay. No way. You again? Goodbye. Goodbye. I thought he was trapped on the elevator with me. Wait, no! That's probably a shortcut that I can get later. All good. Nah, everything about that stream was like fucking hilarious. Everything. Everything about the music, the music, the I don't know, man, like, oh, I got the secret drop. The music, just the characters, the memes, like nobody knew what was gonna happen. The repeating track, yeah, they played the Dragon Ball Z like Spanish rap song during like serious cutscenes. It's like, they Kamehameha. The fucking that one song, it was like a Bleach song or some shit that they would constantly play. Oh, okay. Right. Who is this nigga? El Hermano? Yeah. El Hermano. Super Saiyan 4 Nappa. Super Saiyan 4 Nappa. Like, boy. You kind of get a mixed scoops. You're not even watching. You tabbed out, heard me die, came back, and saw the final result. Buddy. All right, I'd been alive for like 15 minutes. I'm organizing to going to a wrestling show. Nice. Oh, the AEW, yeah. All In was there last year too, right? It was there. I mean, this year, excuse me. It was because they like broke a record on the like, wrestling live sales or something like that. You going to the Rumble? Nice. Yo, yeah, wrestling shows in person, man. I encourage everyone to go to one at this point. Because I went to WrestleMania. Last year. Man. Peak experience. like 120. Yeah, honestly, they're not even like. They're not typically that expensive. Typically, like unless you want to be like fucking, like, you know, behind the announcer's table, you can get some pretty good seats for cheap. Ringside 3K. Hey man, maybe I could toss you some more videos to do, you know, this month. And you can go be there next to Chris Jericho. Yeah, nah, cause I had floor seats at WrestleMania. Like, bro, life changing. You hear me? Life changing. Me and Voided going together? Is it a date? Aww. Aww, Scoobs is on a date. Scoobs is going on a date. Aww, how cute. Aww, Scoobs and Voided going on a little date. Aww. Aww, chat, everybody say aww. 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 Oh, how cute. Balvin Rich must have dropped the bag. Gang shit, I'm gonna kiss him on the mouth. I don't know how much those tickets were. Okay, I'll tell you this right now. They weren't like $2,000. That's for sure. Wait, can I check how much they were? What email did I buy them to? Or who did I buy it through Ticketmaster, I think? I actually forgot how much they cost. This is the AEW show I went to. Where is... Was it Ticketmaster? When is WrestleMania? I forgot. It's like earlier in the year, right? April? I don't remember what email I bought these through. I also don't know what card I bought these through either. Fuck. No, it had to be my Gmail. Was it my Ticketmaster account? Pause, champ. Sorry, I'm trying to... Because now I'm curious how much they costed. Because I want to... Because I actually bought two. I called my cousin and I was like, yo, what are you doing tomorrow? He's like, I'm basically free in the evening. What's up? I said, yo, you're going to come to WrestleMania with me. He's like, okay. And we did it. I bought him and me floor seats. Low-key W cousin. Low-key W cousin. Me, by the way, I'm W cousin. It's not even about being rich. It's not even about being rich. It's just that, like, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to WrestleMania in Dallas, where I can just drive there. I might as well sit somewhere that's like, you know what I mean? I don't think it was Ticketmaster. Cause I'm looking up my Ticketmaster emails and I don't see anything in April of last year. Was it SeatGeek? It might have been SeatGeek. Sorry for the intermission. But nah, really, this wouldn't be that hard to look up if SeatGeek didn't send me an email every fucking month about like, hey, or like the, oh my god, I'm about to give up, Loki. I'm about to give up. It's looking treacherous. But I also don't know if this was the email I got them through. Actually, I know I sent Cam a screenshot of his tickets. Maybe it'll be in there. Okay. I have but I cropped the screenshot. I cropped the screenshot. So now, nah, you didn't miss much, Zai. You didn't miss really anything. I'm trying to find my tickets to WrestleMania that I bought last year so I can tell chat how much they cost. So they don't think that I'm not rich. I'm about to give up, chat. I'm about to give up. About to be a fat L. This email is nowhere to be found. And I don't know what card I bought them on. I do not remember what card I bought them on. So I can't even check my statements. What are the other, so there's Ticketmaster, SeatGeek, what else? Isn't there like one more big ticket outlet thing? StubHub? Wait a minute. It might have been Fandango? Nigga, I didn't buy tickets to WrestleMania on fucking Fandango. I didn't buy fucking tickets to WrestleMania on Fandango. Okay, I don't think they sell. I don't think they sell tickets to WrestleMania on Fandango. But hey, ain't it crazy? They are all the same. They are all the same thing. Ain't that crazy? Like they're all one company. But why are there like 4 different subgenres under Ticketmaster? Why is that a thing? There's some illegal shit going on, so I know. All right. I've checked all 4 of my emails. I've checked and I've looked up every single thing. And I cannot find these tickets. So yeah, it's over with. All right, sorry. Back to the game. Sorry. Let's log back in. Okay. But if I remember correctly, I feel like both of the floor seats were probably $800 each. That sounds right in my head. I think they were like $800 each, which to me, that's not bad. Oh, okay. when I say to me not bad, I don't mean like to me. I mean like just in general, like for floor seats to WrestleMania, $800 each. So I hit my cousin up and I was like, "Yo, gang, do you want to go to WrestleMania? Don't y'all wish it?" Oh my God. He's making my yo. I'm fighting All Might right now. Okay. All right. I said WrestleMania, and now Brock Lesnar's here. Okay. Okay. Bro, please stop. He fights like a Tekken character. My turn, pussy. Do the move. God damn. Just go plus ultra. Yeah, I will next time. I'm not rich. I'm not saying 800 is light. It's not about 800 being light, okay? 800 is not light. Okay? It's not that. 800 is not light. I'm saying that for floor seats that would the better floor seats or the better seats that I could have gotten were like probably like 2,400 each. Let me see if I have my Mania pictures. Let me see. I mean, I know I have them, but like that was last year in April, right? So let me go to April 2022. Zoom in. I'm not gonna lie. April last year, I was up. No, they were not. No. There were seats for 2,400 that I did not cop because it's too expensive. Or was it last year or the year before last? No, it was last year. I'm gonna show you where we were at. I'm gonna send this to myself. But I could not have. That's why I didn't. The option was there, but I didn't do it because I couldn't afford it. 800 would put me in crippling debt right now. Yes, right now, $800 would probably put me in debt too. But back then, for a special occasion, I was like, fuck it. We ball. But I don't do that shit every day, do I? No. I'm trying to send this video. I favorited it. But it's not showing up in my favorites. Smart rich man. I'm not rich. If I was rich, I wouldn't run ads whenever I stream. Okay. You guys will get ad-free viewing. Okay, I favorited my video and it's not going to my favorites, so fuck me, I guess. April. Here we go. Boom. I know y'all don't care about this, but I'm fixated right now. Discord. Here we go. This is where you're sitting at. That was our view. So see, it's mad niggas in front of me. I wasn't like behind Michael Cole. You know what I'm saying? We were just on the floor. But yeah, this is what I saw. And I had like more videos. I recorded a lot that night. But yeah. Anyways. Sorry for the yap session right there. Lord Yapfin. Guys, this isn't a boss, right? This is just one big door. Okay. Oh, we're back outside. Okay, W shortcut. But, I feel like I'm not done here. Wait. Did this go down last time? I wasn't watching. But yeah, that was the year that Roman and Brock had that match. That apparently, I didn't know this until like recently. Apparently, Brock was supposed to win that match. But something happened and they called an audible and Roman won the match. But yeah, and that kind of changed the entire course of like, that changed the entire course of like WWE going forward. Because the whole tribal chief shit probably would have not been canned, but it wouldn't have been as I don't know. It would. I mean, well, Roman wouldn't have. He wouldn't have the record right now. He wouldn't have the record, so maybe over. Yeah. Yo. This Mr. X. Okay, right. I think Cody will be the one to beat him inevitably. I don't know if he does it this year, but Cody will inevitably be the one to beat him, like for sure. Like it's gonna be Cody, no matter like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But will it be this year? I don't know about that. But he will beat him. Did I come from down here? I did. Okay. Punk and Seth? I think Punk and Seth is money. And that's going to be a really great story for him to tell. It's going to be an amazing Mania match. And I think Punk beats Seth and takes the championship. And Seth takes a break for a while. Because Seth has been like... Bro, Seth is like... As far as the main top guys go, Seth is worker of the year. He's been a champion. And ever since he got that championship, he's been showing up basically every week. Every week he's been showing up and working. In between, like, going to shoot scenes for Captain America. Hey, before I keep talking about wrestling, Liza P fans in chat, what do I do? I'm actually lost right now. Because I need to get the Chosen One's Trinity key for this door. I already killed this guy, he didn't drop that. This takes me back up. And then this takes me to the bridge. back to the beginning. There should be some stairs on this level up you. Going back to the shortcut gazer first. Well, yeah, I probably should do that because I'm sure a boss is next. Go up? Okay. I'll go heal first and come back. Thank you. I probably would have noticed that if I wasn't like wrestling yapping the entire time. Now, Gunther is definitely also probably worker of the year as far as like appearances go and like showing up and giving out bangers. But Gunther has been worker of the year in regards to making the Intercontinental Champion prestigious again, and he's done that and more. He has made the he's calling it the World Heavyweight IC Champion now. Like Gunther is that guy. But I think that Seth has made a not a brand new belt. They brought back an old belt, the old World Heavyweight belt, and Seth has made it valuable and cool and worth to be sought over, and with his run since he's got it. He's had some really good feuds. Hasn't really lost any matches. So whenever he does lose to Punk, that shit's gonna be a movie. But I think he 100% does lose to Punk though. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He loses to Punk. I don't know about their first match. They're gonna probably have a match before that. Maybe, I don't know. They're gonna have some encounters because they haven't even like hit each other yet. You know what I'm saying? But they're gonna do him justice because I think Seth needs a break. Seth needs a break. Bad. Seth has earned a break. Go away for a little bit, sleep. And then I mean, obviously Punk and Seth's like history goes past just Seth's run recently. Like they've been beefing for forever. In the ring, out of the ring, real life, out of real life. So it's gonna be money for sure. And then LA Knight for sure is gonna be. I think LA Knight dethrones Logan. I don't think LA Knight has the chops yet to pick up off of what Gunther did with the IC belt. Is he incredibly over? Absolutely. Is he a great character and a decent wrestler? Absolutely. But what Gunther did with the IC belt as far as wrestling ability goes, like he can wrestle laps around the entire fucking business. So I think the USA belt as it stands right now fits way more for LA Knight, and I think LA Knight against Logan is gonna probably be dope. But I think at the for his first title, I think LA Knight should get the USA one first. I don't believe, and also I don't see like LA Knight and Gunther beefing doesn't like really hit for me yet. Doesn't make any sense. I think that right. I think there's better stories to tell there. I think LA and Logan is perfect. I think LA Knight and Logan Paul is a perfect matchup, and Knight should beat him and have a good little USA run for a while. The Intercontinental Championship to me is like, that is the workers' championship right there. That is reserved for a Gunther or a Sheamus or a Tyler Bate or a Ilya Dragunov. Like that's who that's reserved for. Now after Gunther's run with it. I mean, I'm not saying LA Knight's not a bad wrestler. He's just not as good as, like, Knight's not a bad wrestler, but he's not even top 10 on the roster as far as like wrestlers go. Like in the ring wrestling, he's not even top 10, not even top 15 probably. Mic work and character work, he's like up there for sure. But as far as like, I've watched his matches, he gets some good shit off, but he's okay. He's had a lot of botches here and there. That I think this comes with, like, you know, knocking the rust off of everybody botches. More so, it's just he's a more traditional guy. Tinto, thank you, my boy. I appreciate that. Tinto. Thank you, my G. Happy holidays. I look forward to my chat paying it forward. Following up off of your kindness, right, chat? Here it comes. I'm broke. Fair enough. Yeah, LA Knight he's extremely over. Like, he's extremely over. And props to him for, like, you know, doing that. But that is like 99% because of his character work. Fuck, dude. I accept W's and L's for payment because right now I'm L's only, and it's getting embarrassing. It's giving pathetic. Wait, Damo, for real? Congrats, bro. Fuck my ass! Matter of fact, Damo, go fuck yourself, buddy. Fuck you and your apartment, pussy. God damn it. All right, so I have to go up, right?
I believe in Valve and supremacy.
Damo, thank you, my boy. And the raid? Oh my God. Hi. Hello, Raiders. Hi. Hi, Bronze. Hello, Bronze boys. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Hello. Say hi, Raiders. Oh my God, that Bronze girl raid? Oh, let me make sure. Wait, Bronze. Wait, Bronze. Wait, shit. You like the, you peep the, you know what I'm saying? You know, you peep the, you know, you peep the fucking, you know, it came in today, you know, had to bust it out. Shout out to, you know, something light, you know, and this is from Essence, you know, Essence came in today, fresh type shit. Now I warn you, Bronze Raiders, that if you're not 18 plus, I would leave this stream right now because I've been getting royally fucked by this game. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully that stops soon. But regardless, you know, we're just here. We're gonna watch a fucking, yeah, oiled up Balvin. Okay, I was gonna say, so I was gonna use my name on a play of Morgue Pie, but Balvin Pie sounds disgusting. It doesn't. It doesn't. It does not. It does not. It does not. It does not work. No, calm down. Down. Relax. Be on your best behavior. Chill. We just got raided. Chat, lock in. Okay, lock in. This be Lord Pie does work. I mean, Balvin Pie is funny. Anyways, Bronze, I hope your stream was great. If Mods didn't already do it, shout out Bronze, please. If you don't follow Bronze on Twitch, I'll kill you in your sleep. Thanks. And I think you guys are here perfectly in time, because this does not look like just any. Okay, I was gonna be like, it's boss fight time, guys, but then for some reason.
Whoa. Is that you?
Who is this?
Wow, you're really something. Seriously, that's impressive. How did you follow me all the way here? Fighting is always my last choice, you know? But you're not getting anywhere near my sister, friend.
Oh, is this
You have to go through me first. And I actually thought we were friends. Was any of that true?
This is the Black Cat and the Fox.
And I really don't care. There's only one reason we were given a mission. I'll let you go if you give me gold coin fruit.
Oh, shit. I don't know, bro. You kind of hold me. I don't know. He kind of hold me, bro. He kind of hold me, bro. He kind of hold me, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But I feel like for story's sake, I kind of want to save him. For story's sake, I kind of want to save him. I also am. I'm in love with his sister. I'm in love with his sister. All right, bro. Here you go, man. Here.
I had a feeling we might eventually see eye to eye. I like you. Don't trust you yet, but I'm a cat. I'm slow to trust. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of Krat. Sick to death of just surviving. Hurting, stealing, kidnapping. Surviving. When the hell does it end?
That's real.
My sister and I are going to leave for a different city. Get my eyesight back. A fresh new start as a family.
Damn.
And you have to know, that old man, Geppetto, is safe.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot they kidnapped my dad.
Please, just let my sister go. Ultimately, we want the same thing.
I forgot they kidnapped my dad. I should have killed this motherfucker. I forgot they kidnapped my dad.
And you have to know, that old man Geppetto is safe. We were never gonna hurt him. Ultimately...
Listen, I'll move mountains for a bad bitch. Bad bitch kidnapped my dad. What did my dad do? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If a bad bitch kidnapped my dad, what did my dad do? You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's just a rational question to ask. When has a bad bitch ever led you astray, chat? Be for real. I can't recall one day in my life, actually. And also, Geppetto did kind of cause the current situation that we're in. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to be a puppet freak. Always. Not a bad bitch then. Not a bad bitch then. Every time, not a bad bitch then. Fellas, what do you do when a bad bitch tell you to do something? Yes, ma'am. So if a bad bitch is like, yo, I'm gonna kidnap your dad, you're like, all right, fuck that nigga. Yes, ma'am. That's just real shit. Is that Venom? Yo. Is that Venom? Okay. How do I do the fucking Air Jaeger move? Oh my god. I don't like this character at all. Venom. I'm rocking denim. Okay. Bro, I'm getting... Oh my god. I don't like hentai, man. I'm doing like no damage to bro. I also can't parry him for shit. You what? I don't like hentai. Is that a hot take? Am I so wrong for not liking hentai? This is a hentai monster I just killed. You ever tried it? I've seen some of it, and I wasn't very impressed. Wasn't very turned on. Have I found the right one? I don't think there is a right one for me out there. Damn, that's deep. That's deep. That's deep. That doesn't go over some of y'all heads. That's deep. That's deep. Some of y'all might not get that one for sure, but some of y'all gonna get it. Hot take, if you watch hentai, something's wrong with you. I'm here to shame. Hot take, I know. Scorching take. But something is genuinely wrong with you. This was a safe space. Hey, can I ask a question? Is this a safe space? Be honest. Is this a safe space or no? Be for real. I am currently in a non-safe part of the map, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Give me the. I win. I got what I came for. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Listen. So, when did it become not okay to kink shame? And I want to be educated here. I'm not even like trying to be controversial. No, kink shaming is not my kink. People take that shit seriously. And I'm just curious about, like, you know, why is that like taboo? No, because some kinks should absolutely be shamed. Like I'm absolutely in that camp. I just know that I've noticed like recently, like I've seen people put kink shaming. Like I've seen niggas go on the internet and be like, no, don't be racist, don't be sexist, and don't kink shame. I'm like, are these the same thing? Are these the same thing? Look, I don't shame furries. I don't shame furries, but I think that like it's kind of funny you think that you're a wolf. But again, I'm not going to like beat you up. You know, but but I should be allowed to be like, yo, I think it's kind of funny that you put a mask on and say you're a fox. Like that's just kind of funny. That's just kind of funny. It is. And I'm not saying there aren't kinks that are okay. Like there are fine. Like if you like BDSM, you a freaky nigga. Freak bull. Okay, you a freak bull. But like, I'm not gonna be like, yo, you know, something wrong with you. But if you're into feet though, then it's like, then I gotta be like, if you want a foot job, something happened to you when you were 11 that's repressed, and you don't actually want this. Nah, it's not even about, oh God, I just summoned the army. It's not even about like not being vanilla. Okay, honestly, here's my thing. Here's my thing for this conversation. It's so funny. Here's my thing. I just think that I should be able to clown you for whatever your sexual freakiness is. Like, even if I'm not directly shaming you per se, I should be able to clown you for your freaky business. And then to take it to another level, there are absolutely some things that I'm like, I don't trust you as a person. Like, yeah, if you like getting shit on, stay away from my children. Stay away from my children. You know what I'm saying? Like stay away from me, stay away from my family, and you know what I'm saying? Like, stay away from me. I'll be honest, like I'll clown a nigga for getting pissed on. I'll clown a nigga for getting pissed on, but getting pissed on is way lighter than getting shit on. Way lighter. Nah, it is. It is. What up, Vega? What up? Vega? What up, bro? I'm watching you from a plane. Hey, put me on speaker. Put me on speaker. No, it is. Let's be for real. Let's be adults here. Let's be adults here. If you like getting pissed on, that's different than getting shit on. It just is. It just is. It just is. It just is. There are levels to this. Are they both nasty? Yeah. I'm not saying it's not nasty. It is nasty. It's still nasty. But piss and shit are two different acts. You can say it's weird. I'm not saying it's not weird. I'm not saying it's not weird. It is. I'm just saying that it's not as weird as getting shit on. It's so much lighter. It just is. I'm sorry. It just is. It just is. A lot of cleanup, I imagine. It's a bodily waste. Okay, but like, yeah, but again, like I said, both of those things are nasty. But like, here's the difference. If you want to get scientific, okay? If you want to get nasty here, the place that where you orgasm from is where you piss from, right? And the excrements that come from your orgasming come from where you piss from. Where you shit from is different. Okay? Hey, he said bodily waste. I'm just trying to have a conversation. And also, like Vega said, when you drinking water will severely change how your piss is. You can have the best diet in the world and shitting is still nasty. That being said, I'm not into either of these things. Let's make that clear. I'm not a pisser or a shitter. And I can chalk both of them up to being weird. But if a nigga say, yeah, I like getting pissed on, you're weird, buddy. Like, sure. If you like getting shit on, go to jail. No. This is nothing on the level of Omega Pro or Moon Monkey. Let's be real here. I'm fighting a Yu-Gi-Oh character. No. They're equal to me? No, it's not. Hey, but you're just, okay, here's the thing. Them being equal to you is fine. But Zai, I think you're right. Zai, I think you're right. Cause like, what the fuck is this? Nice. Hold on, I gotta log in. Okay. By the way, if you're here for Lives of P, I'm sorry. You came for Lives of P and got to talk to you about P. Can I stagger him? I'm horny. I'm kind of having sex right now. I kind of just had sex. For the first time. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. I pulled this lever right here, and it opened up something, and I don't remember what it did. I was too busy to trying to discern what was nastier, pissing or shitting. Back doors? So like in here? Okay. First floor gate? Well, I already came in here, right? Wrong lever, Kronk. But all of these doors were already open. Okay. Because I'd be running in circles right now. I already came down here earlier. This was already opened up as well. Is it like these back gates over here? Like this? I already came in here. This? Yeah, I've already been. Then Pinocchio falls down, right? Or the puppet monkey. Okay. Here. Okay, but I already. Okay. Oh, they're fighting each other. Oh my goodness. Goodbye. Okay, so now I'm out here. And then, oh wait, did I die here last time? Oh, I died here. Okay, I forgot. Yeah, I died here. This is where all the ops spawn. Right. Okay. I ain't fighting none of these niggas, boy. Can I get a hell yeah? See ya. I'm an ad skipper. They call me ad block, but I skip you. Hello? They call me ad block. I'll skip these ads. Anyways, as I was saying, what I'm saying is not insane. Like, pissing is not as nasty as shit. It's just not. This is probably the longest sequence in the game without a stargazer. Good luck. Okay. That's great. DM Omega and see if you guys think alike. I don't want to know his opinion on this. I'll be honest. I'm trying to have a rational conversation, and I'm not going to DM my insane friend. I'm not going to DM one of the purveyors of the drinking piss or cum conversation. Nice. You're worried you're more similar than you thought? No. If he agrees with me, then he's just, he's just right. But, and that's he's on the right side of history. But if I were to reach out to somebody and be like, hey, on this question, it's not going to be him because, like I said, he might be right, but he's also insane. So I don't know if I value that. I need someone to challenge me. What was the question? 3 urinals. Both sides are taken, but you really gotta take a leak. What is your take on the cummer piss? I have actually taken a stance against answering the cummer piss question because it's like it's just nasty. It's just nasty. And I feel like the answer is obvious unless you're just trying to be funny. Because no real person is drinking a gallon of cum. We're not doing this. Whoa. The urinal question. Am I holding it or am I breaking the... I'm holding it. I'm holding it. I'm sorry. I'm holding it. Look, I grew up in America, all right, where we had to ask our teachers permission to go pee. So I will take the physical damage hit to my bladder in that moment. Cuz I know I have I have felt the worst of the worst when it comes to holding your piss, bro. Like in moments where I thought death was around the corner. I'll just die. I can take it. Hey, I don't know if they, I'm sorry if y'all want to watch me kill these ads, but that's not what I'm going to do. I need this game beaten. Those ads are there to be in my way of block my success! I've shit myself because my teacher said I can't go. I don't think that's the point of the conversation. I'm 45 minutes away from flying over Dallas. Do you have that bomb that I gave you? Nah, Bake, bro, I'm not like, I don't think they want you to fight the ads there. They can't. They wouldn't design the area like that if they wanted me to just sit there and like fight things meticulously. Like, I'm not getting knocked off the edge. Go to hell. You know what I mean? Like, real niggas are not fighting them people. Also, you're a first time chatter, so it's time to get the spotlight on you. Chat, say hi. Matt, you said that on. Hey, Vega. Hey, Vega, put me on speaker. 3, 2, 1. I have a bomb that'll be going off in 35 seconds. I have a bomb. I have a bomb. I have a bomb. Wait, actually. Wait, Vega. Vega. Wait, Vega. Put me on speaker? Am I on speaker? Alright.
Bomb is on.
Okay, I'm done. I need your viewer. I need your view. Whoa. Chat. Is this the bridge that PewDiePie was on? Oh god, it's Guts. It's Guts from Berserk. Who the fuck is this? Oh my god. Who is this freaky ass boss? Hey, yo? Nah, they gave my son the raw intro. Oh, Laxia the Complete. I like how this game just abandoned the entire, like, puppet thing, like the old Pinocchio thing, and like, hey, we're throwing you fucking anime fights now. Ah! Ha ha ha! That is too delayed. That is too delayed.
Look at us.
That is too delayed.
Look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Darvin Hamby, like. Darvin Hamby, like. 2 minutes AD? Hell no. Hey, this boss is too damn fast to have a. What the? And it's a. Yo. Its moves are so. Everything it does is so delayed. And the shield on it. Okay. Okay. So you're no coward, it seems. Right. All right, lock in, boys. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. This is what you all came here for, right? This boss took me multiple days. I'm just curious, if you fought this boss, how long did it take you? I was the first to be completed. I will go forth on my own into the new world. Jesus, be like. 4 hours with a summon. Okay. All right. Fight me! See my reaction time? You know who I am? I mean, look at how much damage I'm doing. And there's no second phase, obviously. So, like, we'll be here for like 5 minutes. That shield is there for decoration. They're not going to actually use it. Put me down. Turn around, do it. I'm getting horny! Stop. Put me down. I'm not meat. Don't shish kebab me. I parried that. I parried that. I didn't parry that. Ah! Okay, I'm learning some of the parry times. I'm learning some of the parry times, but man, she does a boatload of damage. I'm gonna imagine phase 2 is probably gonna be hell on earth, because I'm doing way too much damage this early. And she has a whole shield on her back that she is not using. I think I have hell to pay soon. Come on. I parried it! I didn't parry that, no. Oh, fuck me, man. I'm not weak. They're all chanting my name. Balvin! It's a remix.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
I can hear them chanting my name. Balvin. They believe in me. They believe me. They really do. Balvin. Yeah, I can do it.
Worship Sermanis.
Okay, so let's get for real now, though. Let's right. Let's like lock in for real now, though. Let's lock in. Gohan! Do it now! I am the Lord Balvin. Think I'm afraid of you? Think I'm scared of you? I killed Gohan XF with my bare hands, and he was reborn a new man.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
Okay, so I'm dying. I am dying particularly faster than I usually do. Let's okay. Sorry, it's money on this. Okay. For real. I'm done acting. For real. Who is bro aiming at? Like who is it? Like, who is bro aiming for? Oh. Oh. Right. Nice.
Arm of God will awaken soon.
Okay. 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 Hey, look. 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 Hey, to all the believers, we have to make the bet look good for Vegas. All right? For the odds. So you guys get paid more. Should I lock in for real this time? Should I go for real? Like real run? Should I do it to him? Should I do it to him, Gohan? Should I do it to him? Should I do it to him? Shit, let me do it to him real quick. Let me do it to him.
Sir Manus.
All right, let me do it to him real quick. Let me do it to him. Let me do it to him. Let me do it to him right now, though. Let me do it to him. Should I do it to him? Chat, nah, be for real. Should I do it to him, though? Should I do it to him? Should I do it to him? It's time to do it to him. Starting now. Right now. Right now.
Worship Sir Manus.
Let me just. Okay. Okay.
Sir Manus.
No, it's all good. I'm not even worried. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not even worried. I'm not even worried, though. I'm not even worried. Like, let me lock in. Hold on. Let me lock in. I got my eyes on you. Yeah, everything that I see, I want your high love and emotion endlessly. I can't get over you. You left your mark on me. I want your high love and emotion endlessly. 'Cause you're a good mod and you know it. You act so different around me. Cause you're a good girl and you know it. I know exactly who you could be. Ah! Okay. 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 If I can get these parry timings down, I'm straight. 2 hours later. If I can break her poise, oh my God, come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, I ain't no punk. I want all that. I like being hit. Okay. I thought I was good off that parry, and then I got hit, and my whole mojo was fucked up. Hey, new run. New run. New run. Hey, I am speed running this prediction. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we might be here for a little while, y'all. We might be here for a little while. Hey, but the 299 win though? The 299 win is gonna hit like the parlay of all parlays. I have to get hit to learn these timings, so I'm sorry to all the believers. Okay. Who fights like this? Like she swings left for an over. Okay. Maybe I need food. Maybe I need food. You know? All right. I keep forgetting. Okay. Bro, her attack patterns are so intriguing. Okay, we lived through that move. Nice. Fuck! It's about to be Morbin time! Huh? Oh, He-Man ass move! Come on. I like that. Come on. Bro, her swings are so wide. Oh, bro, her wings, her swings are so wide, bro. Okay. To all the believers, I'm sorry. I mean, to all of the doubters, I'm sorry. But I think it's time that I lock in. Believers, this one's for you. Flame on. Think I've been trying this entire time? Now it's time for my true power. Hang on. Hold on 1 second. You kind of caught me off guard. Okay. Now it's time for my true power. Weak. 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 Mama, stop it. Hold on now. Hey, Laxasia? I don't know if you got the memo, but this you lose this run, and you're not acting like it right now, which is kind of weird. Considering that you lose this run, but you're fighting like you're supposed to. Hey, okay. Clearly, Laxasia did not get the memo that she was supposed to lose that run. which is fine. You know, you can't be mad at her. She, you know, she's new to the stream, so. But man, that's really, I'm sorry for the parlay though. The parlay is not hitting, unfortunately. Yeah, she didn't take the dive. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. All right. Let's take a look at our gear. Huh? What do you guys think? Can I put anything else on over here to mitigate some of this damage? No, I think this is the best thing that I have currently. Yeah, okay. Now, can I wear this and not be over encumbered is the question. I'm slightly heavy. All right, the game called me big. So I have less physical reduction rate, but I have more electric resist. I don't know if that's even what I want. I should have spec'd more into capacity. I should have spec'd way more into capacity so I could have better armor and stuff on. I feel like not going. There's so many, like, there's some. Well, what is? Maybe I can go slightly heavy, and not like be that bad off. I don't know. I kind of miss my dodge, but I mean, more defense might be worth it. I also have to use my cube more. Okay, I probably shouldn't use this anymore because she's not a human. So I should probably do the damage inflicted on puppets, right? I think that makes sense. Cause is she a puppet? Is she a puppet? She's not a puppet though. No, she's not. Is she a human though? Is she? No, she's not a human either. Is she? Well, she might be a human. I kind of want to take this Arm of God thing off and try something else. Because I don't know if this Arm of God thing is helping me that much. But by the description, it is. I kind of want to, like, if I up my technique, which is what my main damage source is, I get my weight back. And I can wear an even better defensive thing. Oh, I can wear the best. Well, this is not the best, technically speaking. What does this do that's so good? It's acid reduction rate and acid resist. Okay. This is shock or electric blitz resist. So this would be better to wear then. And I can go over here and get the higher reduction rate. So I lose the physical attack buff, but I get more technique, which should technically make me do more damage too, right? Methinks. And what I got in my bag, I can do an acid weapon. I can increase my resistance to like electric stuff. I could throw some shit at her. Okay, let's put the acid canisters down over here. And then, what is this? Oh, that's that thing. And then this can increase my stamina, so let's use that. And let's... No, I think that's fine. So we'll put the acid thing here. And then I could use this. I'm going to use this to temporarily resist like getting shocked, maybe. All right. But am I a pussy for using items, chat? Like this is a fighting game. Like I kind of feel like a bitch for using items, considering like I'm a man. You know what I mean? Fuck it, we ball. Oh, I thought that was gonna throw it. Whoops. Whoopsie. Okay, I blocked a lot of those, not all of them, but a lot of them for sure. Oh my god. This character is a character, man. Good lord. Oh my god. I can't even breathe. That was great. The game just saved my life because I was going off the cliff right there. Nice. I forgot that. Okay. Oh, dear Lord have mercy, Jesus. Okay. 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 She's just aggressive. She's just aggressive, and I have to, you know, be ready for that. Come the fuck on. Nice. Some health back. Shit, parry that, nice. Okay, that's better than losing health. That moves a thing that I forgot about already. I'd rather block it than get pierced like a goddamn... Nice. Nice. Okay, not bad. Not bad. A lot of perfect shit. Half health. Woo! 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 Come here. Woo! Wait. Nope, come here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it now, boys. I'm feeling it now. Guys, I'm not feeling it anymore. I'm just feeling her sword pierce my forehead. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, I lost it. Okay, that was good though. We ain't gotta beat it that run. Because that was good. Almost there? Guys, I hope you realize she definitely had a second phase. We weren't almost a shit. Also, I forgot to pick up my 7,000 ergo, and now that shit dropped down to 1,300. The OP sword? Bro, is this sword OP? I'm not good at using it. Like, I always forget. I mean, well, I know that the move is broken. I'm not good at the parry thing. Fuck. Damn. The move is really good, as I'm saying. I just have to get better at like using it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't use it on that. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't use it. I just feel like I'm wasting a weapon by not using the whole purpose of it, which is the parry timing thing. Let me not try to learn something else right now or while I'm on this boss fight. Let me stick to what I know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, better than getting hit, I guess. Wow, the tracking on that was nasty. Okay. Come on, man. Nice. Nice. Shit, okay. We got some in there, which is good. Oh no, not this move. Not this move. No! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! Okay, we're good. Nice. 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 Mine. Bop. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. And get hit by that weak ass shit. Come here. Give me your face. Let's get it. Matter of fact, here's some acid. How about that? How about that? Yeah. Better than that. Parrying that too, boy. Oh god! I forgot about this move! Not that one, no, baby. Come on. Nope. 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 Oh, the download, bro. The download almost finished. The file got corrupted. The download was almost complete. I corrupted the file. Stagger. She dodged it! Please, 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 please. I just want my stagger, man. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. That's the one problem about using this sword is I'm not good at the... Oh my god. I gotta get... Oh, man. Oh my god. I wonder if I should go back to this weapon, man. Well, at least I can use this move. Because without, like... No, lock in. Come on. That's so much electric shock. I'm in shock of it. Whoa! Fake ass He-Man. No! Why is there a follow-up attack? I can't move. She swings so wide. Her shoulders so broad. She's a baddie! Wow! That lunge was unreal. I thought I was far enough back. I didn't know that she would. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm attracted to her. Can I say that on main? I love the kind of woman that can just beat my ass. Whatever the fuck Drake said. Nope. 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 Is anybody else feeling the heat? I know she is. Too hot for you? Too hot for you? I forgot about that move. Oh wait, I think I didn't do the move. I did too much damage. I'm kind of cooking her shit right now, fellas. I spoke too soon. I didn't know my mic was on, Lexi. I didn't know you could hear me. Jesus Christ. Yo, bro. She dead ass hurt me. What a perfect blah 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 remix. Fuck. I thought I could parry that. Damn it. Y'all know I'm gonna beat her, right? Right? Y'all know that, right? You know I'm conquering this, right? I gotta get the second phase still, though. I keep forgetting that. And that second phase is gonna be a okay, we're getting the second phase this run. I thought I was him. I'm not him. She's her. But look at that. Look at that armor, though. Like, she fine as hell. Can we talk about it? My 7'6" warrior queen. Like, she thick as fuck. She thick as fuck. She thick as hell. No, Zai, we didn't get to phase 2 yet. Don't worry. Don't worry. We didn't get there yet. I'm getting close, but we haven't got there yet. Once more, back into the fray. I think she likes me. What do y'all think? Look how she hits me. She wants me so fucking bad. She wants me so bad. Okay, well she just, yeah. That's love though. Like if she, fellas, Riz tip. If she put the sword through your stomach, she's shooting her shot. I got you all horny. You're all horny. You're all horny. You're all horny. You're all horny. After what I just did, you're all horny. You're all horny. I can sense it. Come here. Stand up. Stop, please. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I've got to heal now. Laxi. Nice. That's not good. I'm out of stamina. Shit. That move right there is not. There's a second follow-up to it. Oh my
God will awaken soon.
Bro, she be pulling out moves. Oh my God. She be pulling out moves that I don't expect. She don't be doing half the time, dog. Nah, the Lakers could definitely use Laxi because she is as big as AD and can get rebounds. She'll run the paint. I can't believe I missed that. Oh my God. Move! I can't move. She's too big. I can't move. I like how she can just whip, like whenever she wants to, she whips it out. No. Yes, sir. God damn it. Oh my God, the arm of God. Yeah, oh man, I understand now. I have a second phase to do still, man. Oh Lord Jesus, pray for me. It's getting scary, guys. This might be another 100 death boss. Because we're not showing any signs of improvement any soon. Okay. Nah, I'm not a pussy. Lock in. Let's get it. Nope. I'm back. Hit him with that right, left, right. Watch out. Back up. Parry that. Parry. Parry, 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 parry. Oh, wait. Yep. Yup. Huh? What is she doing? What is this? Oh, is that? Oh, you try to puncture me? Like. So now she just does it twice, back to back? Like that's what she's doing? Okay. I'm him! 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 I'm him! Stand up! Can't handle the heat? Stay out of the kitchen. Nope. 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 No! I was almost him. No, there's one more follow. Oh my God, please. Make up your mind. She has so many attacks, bruh. Okay. Heal, please. That's 2 staggers in 1 run, and we're like worse off than ever. That is not badass. That is not badass. No, 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 no. Ah! Okay. Okay. All good. We're getting closer. 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 We're getting closer and closer. We're getting oh so close. We're getting so close. God, I'm so close. I'm almost there. I couldn't even edge to this. I exploded immediately. Yep. Good start. Terrible start, man. Just kill me. I'm gonna die alone. Like, that hits me. That hits me too. Sick. 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 Pussy. Sick. Sick. Fucking awesome. Oh my god. I did a lot. I'm almost contemplating not going for many parries and just like dodging more. Because Because I'm doing so much damage off of just like poking her rather than going for a poise break. Like, that's worth it because that's easy. Like that right there, I could have parried. I'm mildly okay at parrying the big chopping block one, so I don't mind doing that one. I gotta. Oh, I forgot that she does it faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. Okay. Okay, it's all good. I can feel my power scale getting higher. Yeah, I think I can do it. I think I'm gonna finally do it. I've got to go further beyond. And that is not further beyond, buddy. That is getting hit in your fucking face. Come on. She's not her. She's not her. None of them are her. You know who her is. And she's not her. Right. Right. Okay. What up, Chase? What up, Chase? What up, Chase? I think it's time I activate. I didn't want to have to do this, but fine. It's time that I wolf out. Ow! I'm wolfing out, guys. There's no going back. I'm sorry to my family, but this is who I am. I thought I could iframe that, dude. Please, just get the fucking stagger, Balvin. Oh my god. Come on. That was all. It makes parent. I'm gonna fucking kill. Scoobs, come here. I gotta punch something, and I want your fucking head. Out. Weave. One more. Weave. Ink. Come on, bop. Bop. Shit. Weave. I thought I fucking parried that, dude. Flame on. How did she miss me? Who cares? That was night. I forgot she will awaken soon. I forgot she does that move. You guys believe me still, right? You guys haven't lost faith? Hello? Hello, chat. All right. Nice. Are you I'm not. Oh, I thought I was dead. I gave up. I'm not gonna lie. That really pissed me off. That beginning pissed me off a lot. Like I am seething currently. I forgot that was a move. Damn it, man! Yeah, just kill me. That was a bad run. That was a bad run. You ever just wake up, look in the mirror, and like, yeah, that was a bad run to your life? You ever think of that? Yeah, that's me. That's me. I just wake up and I'm like, man, am I just not a good run today. Not a good run today. Not a good run. Not a good run. Let's wash. And this is one of those days, boys, where I'm just getting my ass ate. But not anymore. Not this time. Okay. Not this time, no. I'm fighting back now. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Okay. Unless she spams the same fucking 4 moves over and over again, like the cool boss that she fucking is. Hey guys, over here at Liza P, we make bosses with 35 moves. but give them tendencies to do the same 3 moves over and over again. You want to know why? Because we don't like you. We don't like our fans. We hate gamers. We hate black people too, actually. Fuck it. We hate all of you, especially you, Lord Balvin. We fucking hate you. So instead of giving you a boss with multiple cool mechanics and 40 variety of moves, they're gonna do 2 of the same ones over and over and over again, just to spite you, Balvin. You wanna know why, Balvin? Because you're a fucking bitch. My bad. My bad. That was a lot. Right. Right.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
I think I'm gonna go family friendly. What do you guys think? Let's try a family friendly run. All right, what's up, guys? So as you can see, we're over about 45 deaths into this boss, maybe 50 now. Not doing that great. Just trying our best to really stay focused, stay locked in on you know, their patterns and movements. You know, a lot of the moves are kind of telegraphed. You just have to have your timing right there. Like great timing on that parry, on that block, and watch out for the yeah, this right here, the good timing within that block as well. Nice. A lot of great blocks. Except right there, you got to do better than that next time. You have to be more on go for those moves right here. Nice. Okay, you're a little better than that. Okay, so terrible run. But I think next time, if we approach it differently, I think the next time will be the one that we really want. I think this is the next run is the more important one for sure. I won't be here for days, right? We're gonna beat this boss tonight for sure, but you know. Well, you know, I would have been able to block half her moves there if, just on a major if, I could see my screen. You know, if I could see the boss that I'm fighting, maybe I could have potentially stopped those attacks from happening. But unfortunately, I couldn't see my screen. You wanna know why? Because I made a mistake. But guys, the whole point of these games is to acknowledge your mistakes and learn from them. As shown here. See, last time that sword hit me, but I dodged this time because I'm learning. Okay. That is a lot of pressure being applied by the boss currently. I can't move. I can't see where I'm at. I can't see where I'm at. I can't move. I still can't. W stagger. Second phase. Mashallah. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. What hell do we have to wait for on the other side of this? Lord Jesus. Oh, she's pretty. Wait, whoa. Whoa, she get naked? Whoa.
Oh, Simon.
Oh my God. Oh. What? How do I react to what's going on my screen right now?
Your sword, Vexasia, swears to protect this tower.
So, bad news, I'm fucked. Oh my, hello? Hello? What game is this? Okay, right, okay. How can I, how am I supposed to focus when she's bad as fuck? I was right. You all called me crazy. You all called me crazy. But did you see what was under that armor? Also, yeah, how the hell is that reactable? Dude, the second phase, it just becomes a Kingdom Hearts 2 fight. Like, I'm literally fighting God. Okay. I think we could do this. I think we could do this. I think sub 50 is possible, or 350 is possible. But good Lord, I gotta get to a. I gotta lock this first phase down. I forgot it's a red attack. I can't iframe that. I have awakened! I am a different monster, but the same beast. I am a different monster, but the same beast. Wait a minute. I got a little too excited. No way. No, 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 no. We're not flubbing this one. There's no way. What? There's like, what just happened? What just happened? What just happened? Like, I was flushing her the entire run. And then, in the end, you know what happened? She became a piece of fucking shit, is what happened. It always happens that way. They make things seem so easy in the beginning, so manageable. But then all of a sudden, one day, it's just like, hey, fuck you, I hate you. All those long talks, those long nights, meant nothing. It was going well for a second. Kind of a fire start, boys. Get it? Fire sword, fire start. Yeah, I'm on fire tonight. Get it? 'Cause I'm on fire right now. Who wants to have sex? This is the double vert, the double. Nope. Nope. The triple? Damn. Almost got my ass too. Nope. Chat, I fear I'm locked in. I fear I'm locked in. I'm more locked in than a 40-year inmate. I need to heal. I need to heal. I need to heal really bad. I need to heal. Fuck, dude. I had so much healing. I had so much. See? Oh, God, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I had so much healing. I just couldn't heal because she did that one move. Oh, my God. 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 Okay. Okay. All good. All good. Jump kick. That's the best I'm gonna get. Dodge this. Or instead of dodging a chat, what if Balvin jumped right into the attack? instead of dodging, what if I jumped right into it? What if I got hit? What if I died right here? What if I What if I What if I died right here? What if I good one, Balvin? Good one. Good one, man. Good one.
Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Fresh Prince of Wakanda. Thank you for that motherfucking 13 months, bro. How you doing? Welcome in, yo. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. That was pretty good, though. Not gonna lie. What if I stopped dodging the easiest move in the game and got hit by it? Would that be cute? Would that be funny? Would that be an ultra hee hee ha ha moment? Like a super silly guy moment? Like super silly? Like, I'm a silly guy. Why did she wait so long to... Okay. Oh. I don't care how... No! That hurts! This is the horniest I've been all day. And I'm getting hornier. Oh, I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it good. I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm feeling it. All right, chat. We're going into the second phase with 5 healing. Let's get excited. But guess what? I'm not skipping this cutscene. I gotta see her again. We stripping or what's up, baby? Oh, my bad.
Oh, Simon.
Bro, look at... Hey. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. That's a crazy angle. Crazy angle right here, but regardless. I have the power! Bro, she thick as hell. Boy, she thick as hell. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like Sassia. And she looks sad. My kind of girl. Oh my goodness. Y'all can't chat, relax. Her eyes are only for me. Y'all can't handle that. Y'all can't handle all that. Fall back, little man. I saw her first. Fall back, little man. Okay, okay. Am I supposed to parry that or what? Like, the move's impossible. Look at, bro. Okay. Did I deflect it back at her? Wait, that's sick. Yo, okay. This, I need more practice here. She's too nimble. Okay. Right. Like, when do I get to attack her? I parried that, but then she has the fucking after effect. No, please. I just got here. No. Oh. Okay, nice. Okay, she's a whole lot squishier now. I am a goddamn genius for being able to parry that. Good Lord have mercy. I'm dead, but okay. I need more practice on that phase. She's too fast. This is a Sekiro ass fight, I'm not gonna lie. That is a Sekiro ass fight. I can beat her. Come on. The first phase is already a problem enough. But more practice in there and I'm a cook. Nice, man. Hey, that fire damage, you fucking her up though. I thought I was him. I thought I could stagger her mid move right there. That was cocky of me. That was dumb. Not smart. Bad decision. Bad, 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 bad. Not, she's mad squishy in the fire in the second phase, and I could probably like get an item equipped to do fire in that phase anyways. She's way you wasted a heal. She's way less squishy in this phase, and I wasted a heal. I should just kill myself. In game, guys. That's so much damage. Man, that sucks. I don't know what happened. My brain just stopped working. What a parry, Balvin. Thanks, chat. I'm already at 4 healing. It's low-key a wash. It's low-key a wash. Free healing, rather. I thought I was him. I'm not. Oh God, that's tracking. Stagger, bro. Stagger. Dead. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All good. All good. That was a rough run. That was a rough run. We look to the future. Oh man, that's just a bad start. Chat, am I gonna die alone? Be honest. Be honest. It's likely, right? It's likely, right? It's likely. It's likely. It's likely. I know I will. Nah, Kagami, I believe in you, bro. I believe in you, bro. It's a lot of people in chat that are happy right now. You know that? It's a lot of married folks in chat, you know? I actually have a very large audience base of people that are in good relationships. Like Scoops, for example. Scoobs just die. What if he actually did it, go on? How would you feel? Come on, dude. Like, I was just standing there. Oh, okay. I'm almost perfect every single time. Oh, she's being racist, Chad. There she goes. Fellas, she's perfect, but she's racist. What do you do? They're all chanting my name. Balvin, Balvin, you can do it, Balvin, 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 Balvin. Yes, my whole chat is blowing up right now with over 1 million comments saying, go, Balvin, go. Balvin, Balvin, Balvin. It fuels me. I have to do it for them. For my family. My Twitch family. Who I love equally. Every one of you. Even you. No. I veto. No. I veto. No. I'm not doing it. I just veto. I'm not part of your shenanigans anymore. I forgot there's a follow-up move. Dagger! Oh, double. Oh, I canceled the stagger because I broke her shield. Nope. Nope, I veto. Nope. Wait, I'm out of stamina. Okay. Come on. There we go. Balvin! 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 Rah! I parried it! Let's go! Fuck. Multiple? Well, she did one last time, dude. I'm not... Oh, my... Okay. Okay. Nope. Yeah, deflecto. Okay. 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 Yo, bro. Like... Dude. This phase is, like, unbelievable. This phase is gross. Like, I'm just trying to figure out whenever I attack her. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. I don't have this one leveled up at all. But I'm not even using this bullshit. Right? So why not just take... She's weak to fire, right? So let's just... Matter of fact, I can go upgrade this hoe. Right now. Where's the crib at? Yeah, hold on. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Damn, hey, welcome to the crib, y'all. I promise to look better than this most of the time, but we had a party last night and that shit was lit. He's lit. It was lit. We was turned the fuck up last night, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I upgraded one time at least. Do I need, I know I need Ergo to probably upgrade my sword anymore, but do I have like the,
I wonder what the...
do I have, wait, what? Oh wait, I didn't. Oh, I forgot, I just skipped through her dialogue. I forgot I haven't talked to her since. He died. He died. He died. He died. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Sorry, you put me on the spot. Yes, yes.
Gosh. When the
Yes.
fake one smashed up the hotel,
Yes,
I should
yes.
have clobbered him with one of the weapons lying
I'm
around
sorry,
here.
Eugenie. Yes.
He's dead. So the punishment fits the crime. Or in other words, karma. Thanks for finding that out.
What do you mean, why? I told her the truth.
The truth often does.
The truth hurt. We got a new
You're
song.
here. That's a relief. Being trapped somewhere. It's the worst.
We got a new song. It was, so I picked the right thing. Hoorah, fucking Marines. Oh, I do have the Moonstone of the Covenant, so I could upgrade. Okay, I need some juice. Do I have any crack? I have crack, boys. Is it enough crack?
You're here.
That's not a, it is. Okay, guys, it's maxed out. I just pogged on main. So we're gonna do more damage at least. But I wanna hear this song though. Proposal Flower Wolf Part 1. Please, God. No one, no lyrics, please. No lyrics. Okay, it should just be the harmonica. Yeah, because if someone sang over this, I would start sobbing on stream. If I heard a very softly sung woman's voice come on this and be like, in my solitude,
no matter what fate brings us, I will be it, lady.
in my solitude. Oh, I'm such a goofy, silly guy.
I can hardly believe it. But the ergo readings you gathered leave no doubt. No doubt at all, you see?
Uh-huh.
Okay, Vanini, breathe. Despite your best efforts, they can't read your mind yet. My friend, my apologies. But when you hear this news,
Pause,
you'll
champ.
be excited too. The puppets were being compelled by the Grand Covenant. But they were communicating with each other, with wavelengths. This is beyond anything I'd imagined. They were not built with this kind of intelligence. I did the best I could to decipher the wavelengths, but there was considerable noise in the signal. Care to give it a listen?
Carlo, I hope you can hear me. The laws of the Grand Covenant bind us. We're his puppets. First law, all puppets must obey the Creator's commands. Law 0, the Creator's name is Geppetto. Giuseppe Geppetto.
Ah, did you hear that? The last part sounded important, but there was too much static. Ah, tell me you heard it, please. We need to find the cause of the frenzy, and this may be our best chance. What or who was behind the frenzy?
It was Geppetto? Wait, no! That's my dad! Wait! I gotta be honest.
Geppetto. Lo Zero, the creator's name is Geppetto. One can't make these things up. It must be true. That was the cause of the frenzy. But why would Geppetto, of all people, do this? I suppose we'll never find out if we don't save him. I have to admit, it's good to have things in motion again. I was beginning to despair. Now that we know the cause, we can find a solution. And it's all thanks to you, my friend.
Yo, the song change or the paid actor? What the fuck? That fits so well. Good. What the fuck? Yeah, so the frenzy at that, it was Geppetto?
I always welcome.
Here, we'll come back to do this shit later. It was Geppetto? My dad? I had a feeling my dad was gonna be a bad guy, I'm not gonna lie, but damn. Oh, greatest Balvin. Eye roll. What the fuck? What up, Liddy Pitty? The fuck? What the fuck? Alright. Alright, little lore moment, little exhale, little talk with the bros. Back to combat though. No way. Not bad, Balvin. Not bad. Not bad. Wait, even when... Holy shit. Without the fire, that damage upgrade is actually showing a lot right now. Because, wow, I'm doing so much more damage. Holy shit. How much more damage did I get from that? God damn. She's already half health. Are y'all seeing this? I can say the fire for the next phase now. I thought okay, I didn't skewer it though. Not it matters. I am a different man. I am currently gaming, Mom. Get off my phone. Mom, can't you see that I'm gaming? Oh my, wait. I'm so hot. I'm so hot. Oh, come here. I want to just... Let's go. Let's go. They're all saying it. They're all screaming it. Balvin, 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 Balvin. I can hear your voices. Let's go! Guys, what the fuck is she doing? Okay. Reverse, reverse. Okay. Okay. I'm slowly developing some level of understanding of her moveset. I lied. Hold two of those. Fuck. Okay. She's so aggressive and... Okay, not bad. Nice. She's tracking too much. She's tracking. Please stop. Please, bad bitch, stop. Please, bad bitch, stop. Please, bad bitch, stop. Okay. 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 Huh. Huh. Okay. 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 Take it slow. Dodge that. Follow up. No. That sucks. No, actually, no, I'm good. How about this? Oh. Oh. How's that feel? How's that feel? Feel good? Nope. Lay down. Yes, sir. Nope. Come here. Come here. I want your face. Yank, yank. Come here. Nope. I stole. That came out faster than I thought it was going to. Sir. She is being aggressive. Very aggressive. I forgot it was this move. Nope. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back the fuck up, back the fuck up, back the fuck up. Wow, she blocked me off. Oh, we're looking really rough on potions, boys. That, damn. It's a wash, fellas. I have like no health. Okay. Can I deflect these lightning bolts? Is that an option? Oh! Oh! I forgot that moves next. I got excited about the lightning dodges and she fucking, I couldn't see her anymore. I couldn't see her anymore. I forgot. I got excited about the ding, 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 ding. Okay, I have to play this first phase way better. I have to play this first phase way better. Come on, let's get it. Come on, do the move. Nope. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That reach is... Man, that move will always... Man. That move always gets me. Wow. Uh-oh. Not bad. Not bad. This is still salvageable. Just have to finish the run strong. Nope. 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 Not this move. Stagger. Here we go. Watch out. Yep. I hit her back blade. All right, here we go. Nice. Once more, back into the fray, foul tarnish. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll take 4. I thought I was him. I'm not him. I'm the nigga him. I'm the nigga him. Wait a minute. Fuck! Whoa, what's that? Whoa. She pulling out new shit, man. Huh? Whoa. What is this? Ah! Fucking linebacker! Okay, nice. That is my first time seeing that. I've got to heal. Okay, so she definitely labbed. She definitely labbed some new moves and she learned some new strings that I was not aware of. I was not familiar with her game. That's on me. The goal here is sub 350, guys. We can do that. If I just play this first phase perfectly, I'm good, man. Nice. I thought I blocked that. Whatever. I'm ass. I'm ass. What am I, chat? I'm ass. I'm a fat, juicy, thick ass. What move is this? Oh, it's the uppercuts. I'm going over here. Nope. Nothing to prove. You got it. Swing. Yup. Work on your form. Work on your form. Nothing to do with me. Does she do the follow? Does she only do that if I attack her first? Because it seems like she knows whenever I'm attacking her. Is she learning as she fights? Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up! I got the shield. Get this man a shield. Damage. Oh no. Not this. Nope, I'm back here with it. See ya. Yeah, work on your form. Good practice. Lol. Nerd, 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 loser nerd. Loser nerd, loser nerd, loser nerd, nerd, loser. Nerd. 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 Let's go. Alright, let's flame up. Alright, let's get it. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on! I can't. Okay, the problem with deflecting is I can't see her. Like, she was blocked off by her own attacks. Right. 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 I'm so bad at this phase, man. I'm so bad at this phase. Like, I lost 5 healing in a matter of seconds. Yeah, I need more time. I need more time in that phase. I don't know whenever I'm supposed to be able to attack her. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, her movements are, like, she's so quick and her attacks are so weird because she's jumping all over the place. Like, that takes so much that phase is patience is what that shit is. That was bad. I didn't perfect block it. I didn't. The thing is, it's not. I could just run till she does those lightning bolts. That's not even true. Because, like, I was trying to run for half of that fight and I couldn't dodge like half her attacks. Like, getting to hit her is one thing, but, like, living is another thing. It's all good. It's all good. Practice makes what? Perfect. Pressure makes what? I'm gonna just use fire here, to be honest. Because she is so squishy in that phase that I'd rather just get out of this phase quicker. I'm about to get out of this phase mad quick. I'm gonna die. Yeah, Loki. Whenever the run starts bad, look, I'm sorry to the betters, but like when the run starts bad, I just want to quit. I just want to quit. I just want to fucking quit. Okay. I have to be at peace within myself. I have to be calm. Don't overthink it. Why did she hesitate on that one? Cool. No problem. Really? You're gonna spam it? You're gonna spam it now? Oh. Like the first time, she took 2 steps. This time, she takes 1 step. Am I crazy, or is this run just like really unorthodox? Like, what is she doing? Yeah, whenever the boss does, there's always that one run amongst like 25 runs where the boss just does a bunch of random moves. We're losing it? Yo, Scoobs, shut the fuck up. Shut up. She is kicking your ass. Oh wow, my name's Gohan. I'm watching the stream. Wow, what great analysis from Gohan XF. Thank you. Great analysis, Gohan. Thank you. No. Bye. 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 Nope. Bye. No, Gohan, I need your viewer. Your view matters. You're a loyal part of this community. Don't leave. Is that what you want to hear, buddy? Wow. Again, she has not done that kick spin thrust move in like 5 runs. God damn it. Okay. Come on! Reflect! 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 I buried all of their moves! Please heal. Oh, I'm gonna come. Nope. I didn't see that one, dude. Okay. We got it at half health. I mean, we might actually have to Mickey that fight and just try to live to the lightning bolts. We might have to Mickey it like that. We got it at half health though. That is becoming more and more real to my eyes every run. It's becoming more and more real to my eyes every run. She is cool. She is a really cool boss. Really? Okay. Too hot? Getting hot in there? Getting hot in there? I shouldn't have talked shit. I talk shit and I lose every time. Man, it was going so well. It was going so well. It was... Just fucking kill me, Smalls. Just kill me. Just fucking kill me. Just fucking kill me, G. Just fucking kill me. Just fucking kill me. L run, L streamer, L person, L man. Like, why can't I gauge?
Worship Sermonus.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. No. Why? Like... Okay. It's alright. Rough start.
Worship Sermonus.
Nice. Nice. Sick as fuck, man. Sick. Badass. Badass, man. Really cool. Really sick. I got 10 more tries. Alright, bro. 10 more tries, y'all. 10 more tries. 10 more tries. Like, what made you go with that verse? Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Don't stop believing, Balvin. Don't stop. They believed in you. All of them did. They put thousands upon thousands of dollars in faith. Fuck, dude! Oh, I didn't know that she did that. I didn't know that she did that when you stagger her, she attacks you twice, then lets out a fucking electromagnetic field the size of a Budokai Tenkaichi 3 move? Why? I staggered her. I thought I did it. Like, why have you decided to just now become a cunt? Like just for no reason. Like, this fight was like ultra easy, and then all of a sudden, the boss just becomes an absolute fucking piece of shit for no reason. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. Whatever. Nope, 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 get that weak shit out of here. I'm good. I'm good. God damn, she's slow. That's criminal. That's criminal. That's criminal. That's criminal what just happened to me. That's criminal. That's criminal, son. That's criminal. That's criminal. That's criminal. That's criminal. Almost a perfect run. Get me out. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please, God. I'm out of stamina. Oh, God. Nope. Oh, yeah. You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that? You love that, huh? You love that. You love that. You love that. You love that. Why did she... There's like no way of predicting how fast she does it. She does it fast or slow. Okay, man. I would have had... Oh, whatever. We're here. Oh my God. Rough beginnings, boys. Rough beginnings. Rough beginnings. Lord Jesus. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad. She just like glitch? Wow. No, that was bad. 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 She started off hitting with like all the hardest moves she does. Like, come on, son. I got 5 more chances. Tell me, chat. Do you believe in me? If you do, you shouldn't. 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 If you do, you really shouldn't. You shouldn't believe in me. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. She pulls out such... Right here. Doesn't matter. Right here. I didn't even do that. She came so late this time. I'm healing, bro. Like okay. I don't like what do I do? What the fuck do I do? But it doesn't matter if I'm trying to hit her too much or not. It doesn't matter. If I run, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Please. Please. Please don't tell me what I'm doing wrong. Please. Please. Because I promise I've tried everything. I promise. I promise.
soon.
Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to block that move if she's running at me, and 3 different moves can happen right there. Whether she's gonna jump in the air and do her fucking lance attack, or a shield bash that she hasn't even done yet. I've been to that phase like 20 times now, and the only time she shield bashed was whenever it was a red unguardable attack. But all of a sudden now she has a shield bash? Like, not a fucking... Kill me. Just fucking kill me. Come over here. Just kill me.
Worship Sermanis.
I'm sorry, believers. Kill yourself.
Worship Sermanis.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, believers. Made a mistake. Picked the wrong person. Sorry. 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 If I don't go to that second phase with at least 7 healing, it's worthless. Because I'm gonna get hit too much. That was decent. That was decent. That was decent. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. That one move right there did half my health. Like, come on, man. Okay. Okay, buddy. No, absolutely. Just out of her ass. Just out of nowhere. Fuck it, I'm gonna do this move really quickly. I thought I parried that, but I couldn't backside. Please back up.
God will awaken soon.
Like I was trying to run, but she had other plans for me. Oh goodness. Okay. I keep like, so what happens right there is so she's on fire, right? Okay. So her moves are like staggered a shit ton. So the timing that I'm used to is gone. But then I forget that I can't iframe red attacks. So I hesitate and die. It's happened like 3 times. Where I'll set her on fire when she does that one move and it ruins everything. Because her timing changes. Oh.
Worship Sermanus.
Fuck Sermanus. How about that? I worship one person and one person only. I will not say their name. Y'all believe me still, bro? I feel like I lost faith I lost a lot of deserved faith. Sorry. I'm not who I once was. I'm not the man I was an hour ago. Sorry. Not who I used to be. I'm not. This ain't the Elden Lord, Lord Balvin. This is. Okay, man. Like. Why did she wait so long to fucking follow that move up, son? I forgot about that move. 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 Oh my god. Oh, pressure makes diamonds. It makes diamonds. It makes diamonds, guys. It makes diamonds. It makes diamonds. That's the pressure makes. After I beat this, can someone link me a video of a twerking contest? I think I deserve it. Like, you're watching a man morally be abused. Or sorry, morally be diffused. Sorry, I'm not talking much anymore. I'm sad. I'm really sad right now. Okay, that's probably our best phase one so far. I gotta breathe for a second. Whew. want to look at her.
Oh, Simon.
I want to look at her. Oh, mama. Please. 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 Oh my God. She's so... This is like the perfect woman body type. You know what I mean? Like...
Your sword, like Thassia, swears
like this
to
is...
protect this tower.
Man, what a lovely person. All right. Focus, my brothers. Focus. Don't get distracted. Sorry, her giant thighs flying at me distracted me. Run away! Run, 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 run! I couldn't see that one. 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 It was like in the peripheral of my eye and I couldn't see that one. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. That was good though. That was good. That was good. That was a good run. First time Chatter says that. I ain't gonna lie, twin. I would have beat this one for real myself. Hey, I believe you, bro. I believe you. I believe you, bro. I ain't even mad at you. You're probably right. I'm probably ass at this game. I'm probably dog shit. You right. You right as hell, bro. Matter of fact, send me the video you beating it, bro. So I can study your game. I want to see you beat it, bro. I want to see you beat her in the back too. I'm a minor, so you can't play video games? What do you mean? What does your age have to do with anything? Wow. 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 That killed me. Wow. That I don't think I've ever been hit by that move. Okay. Lord have mercy, Jesus. I'm losing my mind, y'all. I'm losing it more and more as we progress in the night. If only some kind, generous viewer would bless me with a gifted sub or even a new tier 1 while they're 25% off. Oh, I would hate that. I would hate that. That would just ruin my little old day. Just kill me. I want to die. I want to die. I'm gonna just keep swinging. Kill me. Thank you.
God will awaken soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not getting to 400 though. If I don't beat this boss before, if I don't beat this boss before 400, y'all might not see me stream ever again. I'm not gonna lie. There's no way. Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Oh my. Yo, Trinif, my goat. We're back, boys. We're back. Trinif with a 5. Hooray. Thank you, Trinif. Hooray. Hoorah. Hoorah, Marines. How long have I, yo, chat, how long have I been live, bro? We at 6 hours yet? Call! My bad. My bad. Now, if everyone matches, he'll beat the boss. That Trinif, I like how you think, dog. I like how you think. I like how Trinif thinks. If everybody in chat matches that 5 subs, I will literally be, I can stream every day for the rest of the year. This is the one. Now you're right. Here we go, boys. Lock in. Here we go. This is the one. I feel it. Never mind. The next one though, like after this though, this one is the one for real. Like after this though, like this one right here for real, like this is the one right here for real. Rhea Ripley told me she'll call you after you beat the boss. That's all you had to say, buddy. I feel like that move like triggers so much earlier than I like think it should. But I'm not a game designer, so. Oh. Nice. Where is bro going? That's what I'm asking, Disciple. Where is bro going? Bro is going on a trip. Maybe I should sing a song. When you hear him before, couldn't look you in the eyes. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want. You're so fucking special. Burn it. Burn it. I wish I was special. Burn it. Burn it. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, she's running out the door. Whatever makes you
I believe in
happy.
Valvan supremacy.
Whatever you want. So fucking special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Thank you. 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 My next song will be and for my next song, I'll be singing Crush by Cigarettes After Sex. Unfortunately, I don't actually know that song off the top of my head. Never mind. Song canceled. Oh, I've got a fan favorite in the tuck. Is that an encore chant I'm hearing? Encore, 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 encore. Well, we're back to the second phase at least, boys. At least we're back here. That was so early. What's another good song? What's a good song, Chad? Name me. What's some songs you guys like? Some songs you guys like? You guys like music? I like music. Really? Really? I love as soon as the second phase As soon as we get there, she pulls out 2 ass pulls of a move. All good. No need to get upsetty. Doing great, Balvin. Right. Right. Right.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
I know, Disciple. I know. Welcome to the stream, bro. Welcome to the stream. Matter of fact, chat, once if you're here. Yo. What's good, y'all? Noti Gang. Just went live. Good vibes. Good energy. Good sex. Good everything. We're here. Let's lock in, boys. Good morning, y'all. Let's get it. Gaming time. W streaming coming, boys. W streaming coming. Yo, chat, yo. Yo, roll call, yo. Locked in. What's good, y'all? We're here, baby. Yo. Good, boys. Lock in. Just went live.
Awaken soon.
That hurt my... I don't got no water in here. I shouldn't have did that. Yo, what up, boys? What up, boys? Yo, gang in this bitch. Yo, what up, Scooves? What up, Damo? What up, Cairo? Yo. Good first run, right? Good first run. W first run. What up, go on, yo? Good, dog. Nah, I ain't going for it. Nope, not a chance. Nope. Not a chance in hell. Nope. Nope. Fuck you. Oh, man. Oh, me, oh, my. I think I done fucked too many women from the 305 type shit. When I beat this boss, I don't know what I'm going to get for it, but I deserve a hug in real life, I think. That's all I want. No, go to hell. No, 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 no. A hug from who? I don't know, man. Just someone nice. I'm gonna literally, this is my last stream. I'm gonna do it. I'm done. This planet doesn't need me anymore. I serve no purpose. You guys can go watch a different streamer who's funnier than me, better at games than me, and more attractive than me. You'll replace me overnight, okay? That's fine. All right. Okay. Okay. Ah! Ah, you bad bitch! I'm in love with you! I don't want to fight you anymore! I don't want to fight you. I want to hold you tight. Intimately. Please stop. I cannot believe on God's green earth that I parried that. But I'm dead anyways. Who cares? Why am I hyped? Oh man. This fight, man. Maybe I gotta change something around, bruh. Hold on. Let's get back in the lab, bruh. Let's get back in the lab real quick, bruh. I don't even know, bruh. I don't even know what I could even change at this rate, bruh. I don't even know. I feel like everything is everything. I feel like everything is everything. You know what I mean? I feel like it's me. I'm the problem. You know? I think it's me at the end of the day. I think it's me. I think it's me at the end of the day. I live to fight another day. W parries? Chat, W parry? W parry? Stagger? Hello? Bro is bro is unfazed. Shield broke, W. Stagger, W. No. I almost had my first no-hit run. I would have went into the second phase with 8 healing, bro. 8 healing. Could you imagine? And I sold. I sold it all. Okay, still good. Still a good run. Still a good run. Still a good run. Still a good run. No, no! Deflect! Reflector! 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 Why does everything she do is so delayed every time? It's so fucking delayed. I don't know how to... It's so delayed. Why is she so delayed? It's fine. It's fine, because I'm tasting it. I'm tasting it. I'm tasting it. We're getting closer and closer and closer. I'm tasting it. I'm tasting it. I'm getting horny thinking about it. I'm salivating. couldn't see that one, man. I can't see. I can't see them, man. There's too many visual. And I had 8 health, and now that's all gone. Nice. Great. Great. Lovely.
Worship Terminus.
Lovely. I'm in the second phase for 2 seconds, and I can't react to what she's doing because I can't see anything. I can't see I can't see anything. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We've got phase 1 almost down to an art. Almost. Nearly. Are you, like, I'm not, okay. I love getting hoed. Love that. Okay, come on, here we go. Once more back into the fray, Foul Tarnished. Sucks a lot of dick. That thing pops instantly. Really, of all times. Nice.
money.
I'm getting closer and closer every time. Every time. Fuck. Okay. Oh, we're getting. Oh my God, man. Every time. Every fucking time, dude. Just get away.
The arm of God will awaken soon.
I thought I was slick. I wasn't. Wow, that's tragic. The coldest story ever told. Pinocchio story. Yeah, this is a terrible first phase. I don't think 5 healing is enough, boys. But more practice, the better. Yep, GG. GG. That's a wrap, I fear. Oh my God! I just. Oh my God!
Sir Simon.
Oh my God!
Only you.
Thank you so much. It's done. It is done. I have finally conquered my fear of bad bitches. I finally did it, boys. We did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it, man. You were here. 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 Now on 3, let's all scream. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Ah! Wash King, witness greatness, the kid from Dallas. Year 27. Wash King. Ah! Ah! Oh, thank you all for being here for that journey that we just went on. We did it. Oh my God! I thought I thought I'd never see this screen again. I thought, Lord Jesus, I thought. I feel I'm about to shoot my shot. Hold on. I'm about to send that DM, boys. I can do anything. Number Cruncher, thank you! Thank you! Thank you. I earned it. I agree. And I look forward to seeing chat pay it forward with you. Right, chat? Before 400 deaths. That was 87 tries, you said? 87 tries? How many hours was that? 2? It felt like 6. It felt like 6. Good Lord. I came with 286 deaths. Damn. Sub 100, though.
I believe in Balvin supremacy.
Strange with the gifted sub. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank y'all for supporting the cause. Not J Blood with the 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I earned it. And I am grateful. Double it and give it to the next person. Sophia! No! No!
I believe in Balvin.
Thank you for the 5 gifted strange, but not right now. No! No!
Save me.
Oh, you guys rated it.
Oh, God.
It hurts.
You guys rated it at a very, very sad time.
I want to be free.
Very, very sad time.
Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice. I think she wants to live, but What will you do?
I have to decide?
Have to decide. You, not me. Keep her alive, perhaps against her wishes, or give her peace. It's your call.
I'm on a timer! Can I pause? Yo, come on, gang. Be free, my little butterfly.
Thank you. I was trapped for so long. So much torment. So much pain. Take my ergo. I'll be with you. To the very end.
Sophia! No! My dog. For all the dogs. What do a dog say? Roof. What's at the top of your mouth? Roof. What do we have inside of our chests? Our hearts. Oh no, the butterflies. Oh man. Sophia. No. I'll take your loot though. A song? A song? Oh, this about to be one. Oh my God, it's her. Oh my God, it's her. Good Lord, she's with us along the way everywhere she goes. Take off the mask. I think you're right. It is appropriate. It is appropriate. Even though I'm a dog at heart. Take this. Oh, did my hair get longer? Did it get longer than even before? Oh no. I forgot you had that damn nose on. Yeah. How we rescued Geppetto next. How many more bosses I got, chat? After that. That'll determine if we keep streaming or not. Because that was a long session. Bro, his hair long as hell. All right, boys. Shadow flower.
It is with unsurpassed sorrow I must announce Lady Antonia has passed away. When she entered immortality, she was already quite frail. The hotel was the only thing keeping her alive. Should we have given her the treatment after all? It is hard to bear, remembering how she closed her eyes in pain. I would live in abject regret for the rest of my life. It is far too great a pain for a puppet to endure. Thus I plan to erase my heart and become an ordinary puppet. This will be my last conversation with you, Miss Valentina. Despite how it ended, I thank you. Because I know you did your best.
Gonna erase his heart? For those that might not have the context, he was in love with Lady Antonia, and we had a chance to extend her life longer with a treatment that make her death more painful, but she'd be here a little longer in the physical. And we had a conversation with him about his love for this person, and he made me choose whether or not we keep her alive for a longer but more painful time, or kill her, or let her die now. Because he couldn't choose, because he couldn't bear to make the decision, even though he's her, like, the butler of the hotel, he's her caretaker, and he fell in love with her. And now, he's a puppet. He's a puppet, okay? He's a puppet. He's a puppet. No. He's a puppet. So he's gonna live forever. He's gonna live forever. And he has to live forever in regret and pain of being him. So he's gonna erase his heart. He's gonna erase his heart and go back to being...
Welcome to Hotel Pratt. The stalkers, the bastards.
I can't even talk to you right now.
To Hotel.
The pain is too much to bear. So he's gonna erase his entire heart and go back to being a regular puppet. And Scoobs, our resident Frenchman, translated the song to "Show me the light, guard me please, take me from this crushing darkness. Show me the light, keep me in your heart, I long for you, and I sleep alone again tonight."
At the house of Vanini, even... the house...
Hello, Eugenie.
Antonia is dead. It doesn't feel real. She was sick, but her personality was so formidable. The hotel feels empty without her. I would have done everything I could to help with weapons. Damn it. I'm so tired of people I know dying. So you'd better not die. If you can't stay alive, I'm gonna beat you up.
Please don't say that. Whoever the first... Wait, now I'll say your name. Devion, tears are okay. Tears are encouraged. Omega Pro, thank you for the raid if you're still here, brother.
We all owe you a huge debt. Or you may not be aware, I am an orphan. In fact, my parents were murdered before my very eyes. The authorities in Krat insisted it was a mugging, but I know what I saw. A mad, raving puppet killed them. A puppet that was driven by a murderous lunatic's awakened ego. I know that because the lunatic told me his name. Arlecchino. I'll never forget his insane laugh.
Bro!
I have been fitting puppets with the Grand Covenant to ensure
This is like the saddest section in a video game I've ever experienced.
I was this close to giving up. But now that you're here, you can take the wavelength decoder. It's proof of your brilliant actions. See what else you can read with it. You might even discover more secrets within the Puppet King's message. You can play it back as much as you like. Just use the Stargazer. Here.
Yeah, nah, bro. This song playing, or Sophia giving me this record after her death is unbelievable. Who the fuck is this?
Hey, I didn't think we'd meet again.
Oh, it's bro.
I've just come back from the relic of Trismegistus, and I had no idea it was connected to the hotel. I should add that to my map. It was grim work out there. I found the real Alidoro. He's dead. Probably died heroically, seeking one last score.
I hope so, buddy.
I buried his body and collected his belongings. It's a tragedy. He was a real professional and an inspiration to the next generation. I'm planning to continue his legacy.
Good.
And like I said, I'm an explorer, not a fighter, so you would know. Is this weapon any good? If you're worthy, I'll give you Alidoro's weapon.
I feel good. What up, AK? How you doing, bro? How you doing, man? What's good, G? Nice to see you, fam. This game is so sad. Oh, is this a weapon? This is the weapon right here? Ouroboros' eye? Upon a successful guard, weapon durability is not consumed. Bro, the amulets and the weapons are so... The amulet sounds so good. But the weapon, I just want to use it. I'm buying a weapon, bro. I'll get the amulet in New Game Plus. I'm chilling, gang. I'm alright, bro. Just experience some of the most utterly, like, soul-crushing, saddest video game experience I've experienced in a very long time. Well, the vibes are kind of mellow right now.
That's a relief.
We just finished beating a boss that took me about an hour and a half to beat, and got one of the saddest video game moments. Bro, we lost Sophia, man. This game like aesthetically or thematically, it definitely feels very Nier inspired. Oh, yo, I'm not gonna lie. Up to this point, I thought the story was cool. I'm not gonna lie. It was cool. But after what I just... Donations. Yo. Anonymous with the 20 bangers? Yo, thank you. WAnon. Thank you for the 20 bones. Merry Christmas, fam. Oh, that was Hive. Thank you, Hive. Thank you for the 20 bones, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, nah, I thought the story up to this point was cool. It was alright. But, dog, after what I just went through, this story is peak. My God. Where do I go to... Where's Geppetto's office at, dog? Or where the fuck are they hiding at? Were they upstairs? How do I go upgrade myself? I swear, am I crazy? Or is Geppetto's office like not up here? Oh, it's right here. I'm bugging. Can I even upgrade myself? I don't know if I got the materials for it. Oh, I do. Okay. Let me see. Oh, pulse cell usage every time.
Les flocons de neige qui brillent dans le ciel, nocturne me réconforte. Je t'attends seul dans le noir. Je t'attends depuis trop longtemps.
Let's do this.
T'entendre dans mon cœur un murmure de ma propre confession.
Hey.
Le moment de te rencontrer maintenant. Écoute mon cœur, où es-tu maintenant?
R.I.P. Lady Antonia. Okay. Am I beating this game tonight, boys, or what? Yes, that I got 1 or 2 bosses left. All right.
Carlo, I'm Romeo. We grew up together in the Monad Charity House. Remember? We're best friends.
Wait.
I'm doing what I can to fend off both the petrification disease and the alchemist. My puppets and I are taking a stand against death itself.
Wait.
That's why I tried sending you messengers. But you got rid of them all.
The King of Puppets is my best friend?
I remember you. No reason for us to fight, I suppose. I'm Romeo. We grew up together in the Monad Charity House. Remember? We're best friends. I'm Romeo. We're best friends.
Wait. Wait. That was the big ass nigga we fought that transforms to the other nigga, and I couldn't understand him. And that's why his messages to me that were like encrypted were nice. He was trying to talk to me. Oh, fuck this game, son. Fuck this game, son. All right, man. Yeah, we can't. We gotta finish this tonight. We got to. Ain't no running from this no more. Ain't no more running from this. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. If I have the option to kill my dad, y'all, I'm telling you right now, Geppetto getting packed up. We get it. We smoking 2 of them bitches. Because not only did he make me kill my best friend, he also is the reason that the frenzy even happened. All I have are ops in this castle. On the Yermi. All I got are ops in this castle. I ain't got no friends, no family. We had to watch 2 bad bitches die.
We did do the right thing, didn't we?
We did, Jiminy.
I trust you.
We did, bro.
Let's keep going.
Jiminy, I promise. Oh my God. Hey. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Ow. Wait! I'm good. I'm good. I ain't got time for all that. No way, no sir, no me, not me. Not me, papi. Rule. Nah, I think that's the tragic. Hey! Yeah, I think that's the tragic part about the King of Puppets is you have no choice. All right, boys, if you're locked in, give me a 1. If you're horny, press 2. Oh, I could have. Bro, why does bro look like, yeah, see? Wait a minute. Yeah, see? We must ascend, chat. Ascend. Up the libraries, up the stairs, past all of these puppets. We must ascend to meet our true goal. What we came here to do. And save the world. Guys, I think I'm in a bit of a predicament right now. No. What happened to one-on-ones, bruh? Fuck that chest, bro. I'll come back later. Why am I going down? Is it getting hot in here? Or is it just me? All right. Excuse me. Don't care. Oh my God, bro. We think of my ass running out here, boy. Don't pussy out. I'm a bitch. I'm a hoe. I want to fight the boss. That's why I'm here. Oh, I ain't used my crack, y'all. I forgot. Damn it. We're almost there, chat. Every step I take, every move I make, I'll be missing you. I'm sick. I really killed my boy, and I ain't even know it. Bro, put the blick down. All right. I really killed my mans. I killed my brother. And it was because of my pops. It's because of my pops, gang. I'm hurt. Geppetto got a Geppetto. Wait a minute. Where's the fox? W shortcut. They better not have the fox guarding my dad. And I bet not have to. Bro, if Lies of P makes me kill 3 bad bitches, I'm uninstalling this weak ass game. Alright? If Lies of P makes me kill 3 bad bitches, this game is getting a 0 out of 10. Cause I already me and her brother good. Me and her brother good. I gave bro some money. I told him to go, you know what I'm saying, go get some new Versace or some shit. But I ain't seen his sister yet. And like, she was my first love, no cap. No cap. I didn't have, what's the other girl name that we just fought? I was
Ciao, Bello.
Ciao.
I had a feeling you were no ordinary kid.
I'm a man.
I never expected to meet you here.
I was just talking about you.
It's a trivial matter. Everything is trivial in this part of the business. Reward or no reward. The reason for kidnapping someone, or for blocking your path here. But if some audacious behavior helps my brother see again, that's a different story. In all honesty, I don't want to fight.
I don't want to fight you either.
At any rate.
I don't want to.
For one, it's a damned hassle. And why should I go out of my way to
That's what I'm
satisfy an
saying.
employer who didn't pay me enough? It's not too late. We don't have to fight. Just show me some kindness. and I might change my mind.
Oh, you slick. You slick. Because you knew that I was going to give it to you. There you go.
Thank you. This much? It might even cure him entirely. It's not fair, the way I've been harassing you. You're the only one who's ever been kind to us.
I know without...
I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Go on then. Go to him. Geppetto's waiting.
I don't... What about us?
I never even introduced myself. I'm Claudia.
Nice to meet you.
If only we had been friends from the start. But I suppose it wasn't possible. We were both protecting something, and those things weren't compatible. We didn't fit together.
No, but we go...
Hurry. Please. Go to your family.
But like...
Go on.
We can make it work. She gave me her mask, bro. She gave me... How do I put this bitch on? Ah, she smells so good in here. Ah. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you. I hope one day we can meet again. Maybe in this life or the next. You bitch ass nigga! Open up! Ah! Oh. Ah! How does it feel? Ah!
It saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this.
It saddens me to see you alive.
Grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad.
You ain't gotta ask me to do shit, Pops, because I'm about to
God by using a tremendous amount of ergo.
And what did you do, Pops?
I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him.
What kind of world do you want to build?
You, my son. And I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me.
I can tell you.
Speak truthfully. For my sake. Was I a trustworthy father to you?
Chat, what do you guys think? Correct.
I see. I didn't do enough to earn your trust.
No, you didn't.
I wasn't a very good father to you.
No, you weren't.
I gave you more loneliness than love.
You made me kill my best friend.
That's my burden to bear. But remember, there is still plenty of time. Once all this is over, we can become a real family.
We?
I promise. I will give it back to you. The happy family we once were.
We?
Put an end to it all. And come back to your father's side.
I don't want to come back to your side. I don't get... Alright, boys. Alright, boys. I guess this is it. The Lives of B journey ends here today. One last stargaze for the road. What? What? I'ma be real. Dating life is tough for a lot of dudes out here, but no hoe deserves you, King. Keep being real. You are dope. Keep that crack. What? 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 Thank you? I think. Chase, fuck off. God. We're not making this a fucking copy pasta. You sick people. You sick people. Okay. You guys are such fucking followers. Oh my god. Good Lord have mercy. Y'all funny as hell. Y'all funny as hell. Y'all have fun with that. Y'all have fun with. Thank y'all, chat. Thank y'all for the kind words. Thank y'all. Y'all, I needed to hear that today. Dating life is tough out here, but I'm glad to know that, you know. I'm glad to know that y'all view me in that light. Thank you. Thank y'all, bro. Thank y'all. Thank you so much for the overwhelming support. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna keep on it, for sure. Thank you. Yo, where the fuck do I go, guys? Am I a silly goose or what? Like, oh, never mind. I missed a turn. Duh. There are more enemies? Where is oh my god, I don't care. I do not care. I don't care. Send the whole army. I don't. Okay. Y'all done, chat? Y'all have fun? Y'all had fun? You guys done? I'm gonna be real. Dating life is tough out here for a lot of dudes, but no hoe deserves you. You know what? God. Maybe he's right, chat. Maybe no hoe does deserve me. Maybe I should look at life like that. Maybe I should change my perspective on life. You know what's funny? They mentioned that because we had a whole conversation in here earlier about like people were saying I have hoes and I'm rich and stuff, and I was trying to explain that I don't have hoes. I don't have bitches. But if I probably wanted to acquire that, I could. But it's just not. I'm not in that queue anymore. I don't have hoes. No, I don't. I'm not queuing up in that playlist anymore. I'm good. Hey, the ladder. W shortcut. I don't have hoes.
Did you feel that? It's like someone walked across my grave.
What?
I sense ergo everywhere. I mean, this place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
Someone walked across your grave. I guess. Oh dear God. Nah, I'm good. Sorry, chat. If you were expecting me to fight these guys, wrong stream. I've got no interest in tussling with these minions. I'm here on an objective that's to beat the boss. I want that Sorry, you right. You have multiple llamas. Now that Hey, buddy. If I had multiple llamas, I promise you something, I would not be this sad. You can say I have hoes. Don't say llamas. Because then I will spiral. Ow! Bro playing Lies of P in real life. I've been playing Lies of B my entire life. And let me tell you something, boys. It is, I've seen no progression. Wait. All right, chat. I think this is it. One last look. A father is like God to his son. Even I, Simon, was no different in my youth. But the one who created me was no normal human, and my abilities were extraordinary. You're a failure too. The ability to read minds. Being abandoned in front of God meant the world's destruction. From then on, my life existed to make a world without lies. A world where no one betrays you and there's only one only truth, even if it's forced. Now the finale is here. Once the door is open, it can't be closed. For humankind, I, Simon, gave up on being human and decided to walk the path of immortality and the truth. My body will be broken and reformed as the God that was torn apart. I leave this record in my last moments as a human. Simon Pistris Manus. Okay, hi. Hello, my one viewer. Hello. Can we just chat as a family, or all the bots, I guess? Can we enjoy this view one last time? Wow. The Lives of P playthrough comes to an end right here. I had to grind for this view, for real. Life. All right, fellas. Oh my, look at this architecture. Good Lord have mercy. All right, boys. The final road. It's time for us to fight Simon. Is this Simon? Oh, you don't look too good, buddy. Look like some shit. Oh, my bad. 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 Hey, I didn't know you could. I didn't know you could hear. Oh shit! Hey, you ain't gotta stand up. My bad. Oh, bro, you got the COVID-20, boy.
Behold, this is Ergo. Is it not magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies.
You look like you had to crack open in one wrong movement.
That unlocks true evolution. Give thanks. Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Manus, who will transgress even God. Bow down to your God, who will be born now! Show me everything you have.
Bro thinks he's God. Bro thinks he's God. He must not know he's fighting a lord. Rah! To war, pilgrims! Chat! I need you now! More than ever!
The next evolution is coming. A world of truth, not lies.
Ow. Bro. This first phase is weird as hell. He looked too damn goofy to take serious. Huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! I can't take Blood serious. He looked like Quagmire whenever he found out what porn was. I gotta sneeze! That's not fair! God-like power? Bro, you a bum. I fought gods before. Ever played God of War?
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Thank you for the resub, Strange Dispenser. Hooray! Oh, he about to be 5 phases, huh? Oh, Jesus Christ. Because boy ain't no way. Ow! Come on. This is the power of God, huh? Weak. Weak. Weak! The arm of God was remix. Nope. Remix. Bro, can you just die? Alright. It's time for the arm of God to be born for real now.
This is evolution.
Oh, his ass tweaking.
Behold, as I discard this fragile body.
I don't know if I want to see this. Oh my God!
Witness me as I grasp the power of a true God.
Is this supposed to look like that? Hey, buddy, your back's opening up. Oh, that was his... Oh my God. He just gave birth to himself. Oh, this is some freaky shit. Master Hand? Yo. What? Oh my God, guys, it's like the legendary painting. Oh my God, guys, it's like Batman v Superman. Oh my God, guys, it's like Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh my God, guys, it's imagery. Okay, so did God just come down and bless this nigga? Like, oh dear. Okay. Okay. All right. I just got put in the fucking domain expansion. Nope. Is this your God? Right. Is this your God? Well, I hope he is, because he's pretty strong. All right, buddy. Oh, we. Oh, good parry. Fuck. Fuck me, my tight ass. Nice. There's no way this mutated Pokemon is actually the final boss of the game, right? Like, this is God? This is God for real? Oh dear. Hello? What is happening? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is that? This nigga look like a Back for Blood boss. Yo, these AoEs are not fire. Come on. Come on. Ow. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm about to die. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. What the fuck? Now how am I supposed to stop? I'm alive. When God himself and other God are fighting against me, what am I supposed to do? Okay. 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 No, for a first attempt, that was pretty great, not gonna lie. Pretty pogs. Oh, so yeah, is this the boss they nerfed? 'Cause I know they did nerf a boss in this game at one point. This nigga light work, he might be light work, I'm not gonna lie. He might be light work, twin. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. Damn it. Oh dear God. I didn't parry that. Word on God, on Zai life, on Scoob's life. I didn't parry that. On Scoob's life. Put it on Scoob's. Ain't no. He's grinding his gears. I'm not good at parrying or parrying big mobs though. I suck at like these attacks. I'm not. There's not a single game where I can parry like well. That's crazy. I need you to go into the second phase with at least 4 healing. At least 4. Fuck, dude. Also, I don't know his attack patterns very well yet. I can't tell whenever he's going for a wide or like a direct or what. Bop it. Pull it. Twist it. Alright, let's get it. Oh, let's do it. Oh, let's do it. Alright. I got the. Oh, fuck me. That's not good. That's a terrible start. Twin, that's a. Okay. So, do not. The second phase is no slouch. That's for sure. Tee up, gang. What happened? I blinked. Oh, I had 3 dialogue options pop up in my head, and they were all evil. They were. I gotta end this stream after this. After.
Show me everything you have.
Nothing. I died, man. I died. Go ahead. Nah, I can't. Even for me, I can't do that. Even for my standards. Like I was trying to think of something funny to say, and it was all just really, really evil stuff. We're gonna just leave that one in the past. Vibe check. How you doing, chat? choose the red option, the VODs will be up, unfortunately. These VODs have to go up. I wish I was better at, like, yeah, blocking these attacks. Huh? What is this? Weave. Now. Alright, that first run is like giving me a false confidence. So I'm like underestimating him right now. And it's fucking me up. I'm not taking bro serious. I'm fighting God right now. Like, lock in, twin. Okay. God, my ass. Fuck! That movie hits me every time, dog. Okay. Nice. Balvin, you're hot. Thanks, chat. Thank you, chat. I appreciate that. You're so nice. Go, Balvin, go! Thanks, chat. Balvin, your timing is getting better. Thanks, chat. Bad, just kill me. Bad run. 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 Bad run, guys. Just a bad run. Bad run. Bad run. Just a bad run. Bad run. Is live be a hard game? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Most certainly.
Show me everything you have. Open up your back.
All right, we're back. Come on. Nice parry. Good parry. Ah, you're weak, Balvin. You're ugly. You're ass. You're bad. She hates you. Nice. Nice. Little toasty in here, right? Getting a little toasty in here, huh? You look a little hot. You look a little warm, boy. I want to cool off a little bit. You gotta cool it now. Gotta cool it now. Cool it now. You're gonna lose control. Hello? Oh, dear God. Buddy, I'm over here. Fuck. I want to burn you alive. Bop it. Burn, boy. Burn. Pull it, twist it. Slice it. Okay. First phase down. All our healing still there. Good shit. Good shit, us. Good shit, family. Okay, his moves are still being learned. First phase is downloaded. Second phase is still up. It's still uploading to the servers. It's still uploading, and he has a very slow upload. Very slow very slow upload. Very slow. Embarrassingly slow upload. Okay. Wow. Oh God. Oh God. Lots happening. Okay, slow down. I've lost so much healing in such short time. Okay, let's... Right. Okay, not bad. Okay, this second phase is kind of a bastard. What? Okay, this is a wash, but good practice run. Oh, God! Fucking master hand. Nice, dude. It's looking treacherous. His moveset in the second run is so, like, I don't know, like, all over the place, dude. Like, it's horrifying. It is genuinely horrifying. Wait 1 second. You've gotta cool it now, cool it now, cool it out. You're gonna lose control. Yeah, his range and his AoE, like he's wide. He's a wide boy. You know what I'm saying? I gotta play slow.
Show me everything you have. Open up your window.
Nice. He telegraphs way more in this phase than in the second phase. Second phase, he's just like all over the place. Good dodge, Balvin. Thanks, chat. Good dodge, Balvin. Thanks, chat. You suck, Balvin. I agree, chat. Chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? Getting my ass beat right now, kinda awkward, not gonna lie. But look, your first run is always the better run than every other run, because you're not thinking enough. It's pure, like, fight or flight, survival, primal instinct, you know? Fuck, man. This is a bad run. This is an awful run. I'm selling a little bit. Why did he slow that move down so much? Nice. Could have went better, but you know, can't. It's all good. Like, bro, the range is insane on this dude, man. Oh my God. He can hit you from fucking anywhere on the map. Now that is not good. That a spirit bomb? Oh no, it's not! It's not a spirit bomb! It's not a spirit bomb! Bro, how do I predict this? How do I calculate this? How do I calculate this? That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That was just unlucky. That was just unlucky. That was just truly unlucky. You don't? Yeah, I think you're probably right, Zero. God, I'll be honest. I always struggle with these kind of bosses though. Like just the bigger hitbox, wide swinging giant boss fight archetype is not my favorite. I much prefer like who we fought earlier. Like I like humanoid fights, you know? But I like really anything besides giant fights. And this reminds me of a giant fight, you know what I mean? And I feel like so many final bosses tend to be this. I remember in Elden Ring, whenever you fight Radagon and it's sick, but then you fight a big blob after that. That's like some Elden god from like long before past that no one cares about. Now, Zai, why are you smiling? This is the final boss, right? I like the Elden Beast fight. Don't get me wrong. I love the music there, and the fight's good, but I feel like it just hit harder fighting Radagon at the end of the game, you know? Because that's like we know who that is. We've been known who that is. Awesome story shit. I am selling so much right now. Oh my god. Another bad run, boys. The hoes are embarrassed of me at this point. Oh, not this move. Off rip. Off rip. Off rip. Off rip. I can't even see. 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 Okay. That is truly treacherous for Lord Balvin. I tanked all that shit. One more of those and I'm dead. Okay, nice. No way he turned into a zoner. Okay. I have to be immensely more patient in this first phase. Like, immensely more patient. Immensely more patient, because I need that healing in the second phase. Badly. You think he JP? I'm saying. Nigga think he Guile.
Show me everything you have. Popping up Geppetto.
Come on, man. Come on. They're chanting my name. I have to. Oh my! I have to make Simon kill himself. How about that? How about Simon? How about hey Simon? Just fucking just die. No one likes you. Why he got 4 fingers at his asshole? What kind of freak should he be on? Twin? What do you mean by twin? Is Simon your twin? You got 4 fingers in your asshole too? I'm burning him. He can't. Okay. Hashtag hers. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hashtag hers. Fair enough. That's all that matters, right? Please, God. Bro, I can't hit this nigga, man. All right, we're back. Come on, chat. I need your energy. Do you believe me? Do you believe in Mila Kuretovich? Nope. Oh, he just bitch slapped me, bruh. He just bitch slapped me with his big ass hand. I want to play too, please. How does it feel? Is it toasty up there? Oh. And I parried that, boy. Ow. Ah, my hand's broken. Oh. What's happening? What's happening? Oh, God's coming down. Now, how is that fair? Uh-oh. Nope. Not today. Nope. Nope. Great. Was that move again? I made a mistake. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm not. I'm dead. I'm not. I'm alive! Holy cow. I'm dead. I'm alive! I don't know how I'm still here. I don't know how. I don't know how I'm still here, boy. I might be the GOAT. I might be the GOAT. I might be the GOAT. Back up! Back up! Back up! No, no! God's coming! No! 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 Guys, I might not be the GOAT. I might have fibbed. Wait. Hold on. I have a chance to get health back. Right. Oh! I'm gonna come! Nice. Okay. That, well, that, yep, get her done, yep. No way. We're actually so close. We're actually grossly close. We're actually so close. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna sell. I'm too. But I gotta pop! Battle that fucking why?
me everything you have. Open up your
You know what's so grossly annoying about this? Is that could have been it. Like, that could have happened any other run. It's funny. You know, haha. Unlucky Balvin. But that was like one of the most clutch runs that I've had all night. That was the Ultra Instinct run. I got healing back. That's how well I was doing. And fucking BattleNet, of all things, for no discernible reason, decides to pop up and load my account information? For what reason? Why would it ever do that? Unprompted. Why would it ever do that? It's like Activision knew that Balvin was about to succeed. I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. Okay. I'm so hurt. I'm not even hyped to try again. Cause that would have been the run that was hype. So you know how this sword, whenever you, I'll demonstrate actually. So this sword right here. So whenever that white light flashes, if I get hit in that time period, I dash forward and swing, right? But all night, I have not even been doing that. I've just been using the heavy attack. Right? I accidentally parried and went forward and flew into its flame attack, and I couldn't move, and I died. Oh my god, man. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Whatever, brother. Whatever, brother. Whatever, brother. You're ugly, and you're not even really a god. Kind of weird. Really bad cosplay. You got warts on your back. If you are the truth, then please do not lie. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm so hurt. I lost my run because of BattleNet. BattleNet opened up in the middle of my fucking game. I'm glad that I'm on display capture and y'all could have saw that. Because if I would have died and just stood still without that pop-up right there and y'all didn't see it, that clip is way less funny and way more depressing. I'm actually really attractive, as per my blocking skills. But whenever I run directly into an enemy's attack, I'm less attractive. What happened to me?
Look at us. Hey. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Thank you for that resub, D. Hooray. Appreciate it. Oh my god, if you just die. Just quit. No one likes you. Hey Simon, do you think that your friends are bothered by your existence when you message them? Guess what? They are bothered by your existence. Okay. All right, we're back again here. We're back again. Back again. Come on, lock in. Lock in. Lock me out. Wait, that's oh, okay. Let me just back my black ass up. Neat. I wanted to parry that, but I'm bad, so. Weak ass spirit bomb. Run! Come on here, big boy. Yo, low key, why are we in a Kingdom Hearts 2 data battle right now? Or Kingdom Hearts 3 data battle rather. This is absolutely the data battle area. Bro, what just happened? Why did he fuck me this? Why did he fuck me this run? Why did he fuck me this run? I don't get it. He fucked me this run. I did so good last run, and now I'm being fucked on stream. Lucky you guys, I guess. Nice. 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 We got healing back, boys. Too bad I'm getting fucking penetrated by this goddamn Rose toy. Okay. All right, baby. How am I supposed to get healing back? Not by getting hit, that's for fucking sure. Not the Rose toy. Indeed the Rose toy, I fear. Indeed the Rose toy. Hi, Sephi. I can beat this bitch. He's not that hard, but I don't have the mental fortitude to go on much longer in this life. But if I can beat this game in under 400 deaths entirely, I'll be a happy camper.
Show me everything you have, Papa of Geppetto.
Or even sub 390. That'd be fog too. I just realized that we're like at the... I'm gonna kill myself. This is the final stretch.
If you want constant pain, I can lie. Better yet, how about death? Welcome to the new world. A world of
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. You know who I am, man. Come on. Let me not start thinking too hard about this fucking game, man. Come on. Let me not think too fucking hard, huh? You know, they come on. I'm him, huh? I've been him, huh? Come on, huh?
Show me everything you have.
Who am I, like, getting all sad and demoralized, huh? Not me. Not me. Not Bowser. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Pogo stick ass move. Bro, bouncing on the dick. He bouncing on that shit. Nope. Nope. Why are you so slow with your attacks, man? Speed up.
How about that?
Nice. He's not even attacking me. He's just flailing his fucking arms everywhere. I don't respect you, buddy. You made me kill my wife. Now you will suffer 1,000 hells. Oh my fucking god. Of course, the last boss of the game is the boss type that I'm worst against. Oh my luck. Oh phooey. Oh! Hey, bitch. Bop it! Hold. Pull it! Alright, actually W first phase. Actually W first phase. I'm getting horny. Alright, just don't sell. Just don't sell. Be a man. Don't sell. I'm already selling. Men are down right now. Don't be a man. Be a good person. I'm horny. Nice. Nice. That's a cool move. That's... why I fucking order. Alright. That's not a cool move at all. Rotating to Michael Jackson. Your stamina back, dog. Nice. Playing. And the world's ugliest moveset goes to you. Like, holy shit, I'm fighting it in... You know what's crazy? Nobody, and I mean not a single person on the planet of this fucking earth is gonna open up this game. Or sorry, let me start over. Let me refresh. Nobody on planet Earth is going to open up this game and beat it and fight this guy and be like, man, that was my favorite boss. Nobody. Not a single person. Nobody is. You wanna know why? Because no one likes fighting these guys. Nobody. Whether it be Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, no one likes round characters that just fly over the goddamn fucking place. No one does. The fight before this, the bad bitch, peak fiction, peak gaming. This is Barnacles. He's fat shaming? Oh, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I'm having so much fun. Wow, Simon, what a cool move. Whoa, love this boss fight. Love this ultimate climax of the game. Wow. Arm of God, you are exactly what I'd imagine the Arm of God looked like. So cool. So cool. So sugoi. Nice. Shut the fuck up. No, please. You're supposed to be... Okay. Godspeed. Just die. Just die. Just die. Just die. He's not dead. Bro is not dead. Bro's alive. Yep, overflowing. I know you're God and all that. Nice cock. Gotta go faster, faster. Faster, 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 faster. Real big fan of this move. Oh, I'm fucked. Royally even. Good parry though. Follow-up move, that's my bad. Hold tight. Hold tight. I was doing so fucking good, man. Oh my god. Damn, I couldn't read reason to drop. Alright, we gotta get that health back. Gotta get that health back. The run is still on. Gotta get that health back. Gotta get that health back, boys. Gotta get that health back. Not like that. Gotta get that health back. Wait, that's a stagger. Don't fuck me. Yup, perfect. Don't fuck me. What happens? What happens? What happens? Oh, no, 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 no. I can't sit. Oh, I can't believe that worked, boy! Please, I have to commit. I have to commit. I have to commit. I have to. Please stand up. Please stand up. Heal. I can't move. I can't move. Let me heal. God, I can't see anything. I can't heal. Please, God. Die, bitch. Woo! Bang, bang. Shoot him up. Fuck, boy. Let's go. Woo! Woo! Ah! I'm God now. Woo!
It comes to this. The Blue Fairy, Sophia, decides the winner. Truly, I envy you. The puppet my Sophia keeps turning back time to save. Is it her sense of duty, or her contempt for me? Or does she truly care for you?
She's in love with me.
I gave up predicting Sophia's actions long ago. But I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sophia, what have you done to her? Sophia.
I almost want to lie to him. Nah. Nah, I gave her peace. I gave her peace. She deserved it.
Sophia was always wise beyond her years. Knowing the truth of people's minds is a curse. I would not have been able to bear it if it weren't for Sophia.
Well, you ruined her life.
Her pure heart was a tonic for my pain. That's why I wanted her. I did.
You ruined her life.
But I couldn't have her in the end. So I tried to use this power to hold her.
Yeah, you killed her.
Even if these hands never could. It's fine if I'm gone. But be warned. Watch out for Geppetto.
I ain't got to watch out for him. I already know about him. I want him dead too. Damn, we killed his ass. We killed his ass, boys. We killed his ass. Smoking that freak a leak body ass nigga having out of here. Packed his ass up on phone them grave. Now let me go talk to my bitch ass daddy. Cause I already know my bitch ass daddy gonna wanna be like, son, did you wait, can I fast travel to him? Arm of God. I did get the Arm of God. Keep going, Balvin? Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? About my bitch ass daddy. Peace. I finished the King's Flame boss fight. How far am I? King's Flame. I don't even remember what that boss is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm going back to my dad, right? I can't tell what this chat is doing. Wait, who is the King's Flame boss? I don't remember actually. Like what boss is that? Wait. The hell? Oh. Oh my god, guys.
Now him, he really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human? Now you have my attention. Suit yourself, but it sounds fun to me. I wonder. What'll happen now?
Guys?
But I do know one thing. You're stuck with me. And I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Right, chat? You're stuck with me and I'm stuck with you. Guys, what's happening? I beat the game. What is this? What is this long ass elevator? Parasocial? No, we're best friends. Oh.
Huh? That's...
Oh no. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Oh, this... Hello, Father.
I knew you could do it. We have all the ingredients we need. I dreamed of this day for so long. The moment you'd come back to life. You can be human again. By using that vast supply of ergo and the arm of God. I just need the final ingredient. The one that holds your memories and your lifespan. Your heart.
What?
If you give me your heart, all these trials and tribulations will be over.
What?
You have been a brilliant and a good boy. As your reward, I shall turn you into a real boy. Give me your heart, son. Give me your heart.
No, Dad, you're being weird.
I believed you were a good boy.
Go fuck yourself.
But you insist on breaking my heart. Well, I suppose Carlo was mischievous. It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories.
The fuck does that mean?
But a father always looks after his children. Even naughty ones that must be punished. Like you.
Hey, freaky nigga, what are you talking about?
In my own way, I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life.
What?
I'm disappointed in you. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Hey, what you doing? What you popping out that trunk, gang?
I believed you were a good boy.
Hey, I don't like how you saying that to me. That's you nasty boy.
If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself. My son.
What the fuck?
You can become a real human.
Nameless puppet? Guys, this isn't funny anymore. Guys, I thought I won. I thought I won. What is going on? I think my controller's broken.
Carlo's memory. So hard to bring him back.
Okay, so like, I was doing that fire thing and I was not pressing L2, so I don't know why the hell that was happening. Oh God, I thought it was over with. It's not over with. Wait, what? No, whoa, wait, what? Whoa. I don't like that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what they mean by that. All right, let's get this motherfucking money.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Oh my God, this guy is a menace, dude.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Yo, this guy's attacks are not. Bro.
Gone astray.
Huh?
Some little puppet.
Dude. How do I? There we go. Come on.
Freedom. Not for you, but for Carlo.
Okay. First and foremost, this nigga do a lot of damage. Hey, first and foremost, this nigga do a lot of damage. That's number one. Number two, I got something for his bitch ass though. Cause I got some things to switch around. Number one, we're gonna do more damage to puppets. That's step number one. Number two, we're gonna go in here and change our grindstone to shock. He's a puppet freak. All right. Number three. We're gonna change our arm. To the puppet string. Now, let's tango, boy. I just wasted a heal. Nice. I'm a real boy. I don't need you to say I'm a real boy, because I know I'm a real boy. I'm as real as they come.
Because of Carlo's memory within you.
Fuck Carlo!
Troublesome little puppet.
Hey, gang. Chill.
Your freedom is not free.
Boy, let me tell you something. This nigga do a lot of... Shaking up, huh? You feeling scared? He just popped a perk. He do what he did. Wait, why he do that? That's my thing. I missed the stagger because my guy turned around for some reason. Bro, y'all saw that, right? I just missed a free stagger because I was facing the wrong way. Whoa, what just... He just changed... Yo! He's changing weapon stances. Who is Blood? Bro, his son. Okay, like...
If only I had spent more time with you.
Woo! What a stagger! Bang! Bang! There's not a second phase, surely, right, guys? He don't look dead. Whoa! What? Is he free now? Uh-oh. I think we took him off the leash.
How dare you? You're just a puppet.
He is now dual wielding.
So bring you back.
Okay. Right. Hey man, how long this boss gonna take, y'all? Cause I was about to end the stream after that other nigga. I'm not gonna lie. I was about ready to end it, and this nigga don't look like I'm gonna beat him no time soon.
Come to me.
This nigga does not look like food.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Okay.
So long to bring you back.
I don't know. I feel like he don't seem that difficult. I just gotta lock in. But I say that about every boss. So I feel like... Yeah, that second phase looked kind of treacherous.
I never bound you to the Grand
My God.
the other puppets.
The delays in his attacks are beating my ass.
Within you.
Nameless puppet. I am Lord Balvin. My God, that's so much damage. Bro's healing. No, stop! Bro actually healed.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
I can't, bro. His timing is just... Good Lord. Wait, I'm horny. Wait a minute. 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 Hold up, wait a minute. Hold on, I wait a minute. Yeah, boy. All right. Second phase. Let's get it. Okay. Show me what you got, you freaky ass boy. He is swinging a lot. Oh my God. Good Lord, have mercy, Jesus. This is Kingdom Hearts. This is literally Kingdom Hearts. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Maybe. Hard maybe. Very, very hard maybe. It's not impossible.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
God, this first phase is gonna be the fucking death of me.
Because of Carlo's memories within you.
It's shocking, isn't it?
I know you have done troublesome little puppet. Freedom is not for you, for Carlo.
I didn't even let him heal. I didn't even let him heal. I didn't even let him heal.
You're just a...
Yeah. Uh-oh, that hurt a lot. Uh-oh, that also hurt a lot. Nigga, I am fighting Raiden from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance right now. Like, how do I block any of this? How do I block? Like this might be Virgil. This might be Virgil.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
We actually found Virgil.
I never found you to the Grand Covenant like
Come on, bruh.
because of Carlo's memories within you.
Don't let my one really good attempts fool y'all. This first phase is not food. Okay, it is not. It is still quite challenging indeed. But I just, you know, I had a good attempt at one time. That's for sure. I am the storm that is approaching.
Real human. Come to me, my son. I never brought you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets.
Bruh,
So long. Bring you back, Carlo.
Bro, this nigga, I don't know how to time the parries on this guy, man. It's hard. He's a hard boss. Come on, gang.
Become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand
Fat
Covenant
damage.
like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Fat damage. Okay.
I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
You're not even my dad.
not for you, but for Carlo.
I had it for a second.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
Lo dormió, lo dormió, lo dormió. Nice. Okay.
How
And we're back.
You're just a
Hello, friend.
nothing more.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I'm frying his calculations! Wait a minute! 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 Rah! Uh-oh. So that move cannot be dodged. You have to parry it, or else you will take damage. I'm right in your face, bitch! Oh, God. Oh, goodness. Right.
Now,
Right. 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 Got it. Cool. Awesome. Right. Amazing. Yep. Okay. Right. Yep. Okay.
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant with the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Carlo's dead. It's just me now, boy.
I know you've gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
Bad, 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 bad. Oh my God, slow down, son.
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Fuck Carlo. That nigga dead. I didn't do the thing. Okay, not bad. 10-4. Roger. Understood. Got it.
You're just a
All right, let's get it.
Nothing more.
Almost. Almost. Oh, God. Yup, we there. I'm right here with you. I'm right here with you. Huh? 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 What the? Yo, like, this nigga is not a puppet. This is dead-ass Virgil. Like, what is his moveset? Bro, oh my God. Now, how the fuck did Geppetto... Bro, what the fuck did Geppetto put in this nigga, bruh? Yo, these are literally Devil May Cry 5 moves. As God is my witness. 395. Okay.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant.
Man, what a bad run. What a bad run. What an atrocious run. Jesus Christ. See, now I don't like, I wanted to end stream, but like now I don't want to end stream because I have no real reason to. And I want to beat this game tonight.
You can become a real human. Come to me.
Are you fucking
my son? I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's.
The pride is for sure kicking in, but like, I was gonna only end the stream because like, I should probably eat and probably like get some water and walk around because I have been live for a very long time and have not done that.
Troublesome little puppet. freedom is not for you, Carlo.
He just mixed me up. I'm not gonna lie. He just mixed my ass up, boy. Good Lord have mercy, Jesus. Yo, chat. You know what? You know how bro, fuck it. Ones if you're here. Fuck it.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Think.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Nope. Yes, sir. Fuck me, man. Oh my God. Please.
I know you have gone astray. You troublesome little puppet.
Not bad.
Your freedom is
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Come on. Let's get it.
You're just a puppet. Nothing.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. What the? Who the fuck is this nigga, bruh? Nameless puppet? Okay. Like, I just cooked the best food you could ever experience in your life. And then he just... like, bro, what are these strings? What are these strings, bruh? What is he hitting me with? Sub 400, man. Come on.
Come to me, son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets.
That hurts so fucking much. That shoulder charge is nasty business, bud. Where he just whips out a random red attack out of nowhere, it throws my fucking swag, man. Okay.
Freedom is not for you, Carlo.
Dagger her! That's racist. I went for the Hail Mary. I went for the Hail Mary, I sold. I went for the Hail Mary and I fucking sold. He really is Puppet Riku? No, you're right. This is fucking Roxas. This is Roxas from the Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix fight.
You can become a real human.
This is literally Roxas.
Come to me, my son.
I bet that parry move is probably like clutch for this, if I can time it right.
Because of Carlo's memories within you. So long to bring you back.
All right, here's our last chance to go sub 400, boys. You know what they say, right? Lock in.
You can become a real human. Come to me, son. Never bound to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories. You had gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
That was a crazy combo. Fuck, dude, that timing I just don't have yet at all. I got it. Damn. Good effort, boys. Good effort. Good effort. Good effort. We got the 400 ain't bad. 400 ain't bad. 400 ain't bad. 400 ain't bad. 400 death ain't bad. 400 ain't bad. 400 ain't bad. That's all good. Sub 410 though. Tight shit. Wait, do I have any let me see. Do I need this on? I do. Okay. Do I have any of the that crack shit? Oh, I do. I have one electric blitz abrasive. Okay. And what else? What do these things do? You know a nigga stressing when you're trying to figure out how to. Okay. Okay. So if I could get,
you can become a real human.
I just fucking wasted
my.
L run, valve in, valve in. I wasted a heal off spawn because I'm weird. Weird and worthless. New brand dropping soon. Weird and worthless. That move is so fast, man.
Your freedom is not for you.
Do not let him heal. I repeat, do not let him heal. Hit him again. Bop, bop. Hit him. Let's go.
How dare you? You're just
I did it. Fucking use it. Oh my god, man. Are you fucking serious? I was so hell-bent on activating the fucking grinder that I did the wrong thing. Wow. Wow, man. 4 healing units. I haven't even hit this thing yet. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 man. Wow. Fucking wow. Wow. I was rushing to use the electric blitz thing, and I didn't equip it yet, so I just wasted a heal, and did that twice, mind you. Come on. Let's get it.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never found you the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. You troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
You already healed, so it doesn't matter.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there is no
Ooh. 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 Y'all saw it? Ooh. What a sequence.
How dare you?
What a
You're
sequence.
just a puppet. Nothing more.
Nice. Nigga has a gun. He has a fucking gun lance from Monster Hunter. Man. I gotta heal back. Heal! 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 I just got... No, Vega, well, you did say that. Yeah, you did say a thing, and I did that thing, and I met that qualification. Therefore, you do owe me. So. Just FYI. If you're not a man of my word, then, you know.
Come to me, my son.
Look. Men lie all the time. Right, ladies? We're used to it in here.
I never went to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Next paycheck? Oh, shit. Thank you for the 10 gifted! Hooray!
Troublesome little puppet.
Hooray! Thank you! Thank you!
Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
I just put my dick in his fucking throat. All right, man, come on.
How dare you? You're
Come
just
on.
a puppet. Nothing.
Come on. Come on, man. I can't even, like... Wait a minute. He's learning as he fights. Except for that move, apparently. And that move. And that move. Nice.
Now, I'll turn you into a real.
What if I just give him my heart? What if the Stargazer heart that I give? What if that's a bad bitch? What if I'm giving her my heart? Nah, don't give in. No. Okay.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet.
Now hold on one fucking second. Now hold on one fucking second.
You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Now hold on one fucking second. Now hold on one fucking second. Can you like slow down for 2 seconds? Like, okay, that was risky business. Okay, but like, real talk though, if I could nail that timing, this shit is free. Like, y'all didn't see what I don't know if you play the game, you know what I was doing. All of those were like actual parries that I was doing with my blade. They weren't like block parries, it was the weapon parry. And I was kind of shitting on him. Wait a second. Oh,
you can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
Okay, I'm missing. Okay, that time I'm missing. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yo, bro.
The other puppets because of Carlo's memory within you.
Okay. Okay. It's super risky. And it's a lot of death will come from this is the problem. I just need to incorporate it in times that I think I can pull it off. But that's so much damage too. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know so long to bring you back.
Fuck. Oh my god. It's hard to do it on this guy because one of his attacks are very delayed. But also, I don't know them very well yet. So whenever I feel like I'm about to hit that bitch, I'm not. Interesting.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Like that right there, I think he's attacking, but he's not. But right there,
I know you.
like, bro, we're already second phase.
Troublesome little puppet.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that parry is fucking disgusting. Look at that shit. Okay, right. Now, parrying in this phase is going to be a lot harder because, oh man. Oh. It's still possible, though. It's still possible as a thing. It's possible. It's possible, man. It's possible.
You can become a real human.
Barry.
My
And like, see, and there's times where I swear that I have it, but I don't. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like I have it, but I really fucking don't, and it's really weird. The delayed attacks are what suck for doing this. Come on, boys. Y'all believe in me, right?
become a real human.
Good night, gang. Get some rest, bro. Thank you for popping in. For real, appreciate it.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memory within you.
I don't know. The timing seems so off. The timing seems so off. I think that's why I stopped using this like move earlier in the game, is because like
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memory within you. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
fuck. Fuck, man. Oh god. Oh man. Man. I can beat him, bro. I can fucking beat him.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memory within you.
Oh man, I'm just, oh my god, like, because part of me is like annoyed that I'm like just now working on this parry thing, because now I want to. I'm learning how to do the parry thing on this weapon on the last boss fight in the game. Like, if I would have worked on this shit earlier,
you can become a real.
Imagine where I'd be at now. But see, that's why I like it right there, because like look, I'm done with that phase already.
How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Nice. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was time to try it then. He's also got so much health in this phase. Like I'm not doing. I feel like I should almost save my electric grind thing for the second phase, because I feel like I'm doing no damage in that second phase compared to the first phase, like none. Maybe we'll go first phase without using the electric shit.
Real human.
Yeah, become a real human. I know.
My son.
Okay, he did a different move this time. Nice. I'm parrying all that shit though.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Why don't you just love me, Dad? Why do you want to kill me? What about my memories? What about me? Chat, he wants to delete our VODs.
Your freedom is not for you. Carlo. Wants to resort to the lash. There's no
Nice.
way.
Shit. Don't heal. Got his ass. All right, let's get it.
How dare you?
Okay, grindstone, healing.
Nothing more.
Yup. I'm feeling good, boys. Not anymore. Feeling awful, actually. Bro, like, what is the timing on that fucking move? When do you fucking block? Whenever he jumps at you sideways 4 times. Oh my god, like, I've gotten to that part like 4 times, and I've just yet to figure out how to do it.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
And like, what is his like learned behavior? Because the boss has opened up this fight differently the last 2 times compared to earlier. Like, what is happening?
Like the other puppets, because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray. Troublesome puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Man, fuck Carlo. What's up, man, name Carlo?
To resist the lash. There's no other way. If you can't find those memories,
How dare you? You're just a puppet.
nothing more.
Damn it, dude.
So hard to bring him back.
I don't understand. I do not understand that move right there. I don't get it. That combo, I don't get it. I truly want to get it, but I just can't. That might send me off this game, I'm not gonna lie. Because that's the same move that keeps killing me each time. And I've yet to like figure out how to beat it.
I never the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Did he hear me? Like he's spamming that fucking move. Oh, fuck. What's going on? What's going on? Progress, wait a minute. Half health. Nice. Not bad. Oh, God. Oh, move! What is this? What is this? Not bad. Back up. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. Okay, not bad. I'm figuring. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm getting it though. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. It's coming to me. It's coming to me. It's coming to me. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. It's coming to me. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Be patient. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Be patient. Hold on. Be patient. Be patient. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to be like water.
You can become a real
Nope. I've decided today that I will no longer lose. Now. As of now. I will no longer lose.
I never welcomed you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Starting now. Starting now.
I know you have gone astray.
Starting now. Starting now, I will not lose. Starting now. As of right now. As of 1:25 in the morning. I have decided to no longer lose. I have decided to win. You want to know why? Because I want to raise winners. I want to influence winners. I want to inspire winners. So now, I win.
I never welcomed you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have
I didn't.
Your freedom is
Stagger him. There we go.
But for Carlo.
Nice. All right, let's get it.
How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Quit spamming. That's weird. Come on. Do something. Do something. Not that, though. Just don't do that. Don't do that. Stop being weird. You're spamming. Ow. Ow. Ow, man. Ow. Like, what the? Like, be so serious. Be so serious. There is no other boss in this game that if you get hit, oh my god. There is no other boss in this game where if you get hit, nigga, GG. Like, holy shit, I'm getting wall pressure like it's goddamn Super Saiyan 4 Goku. My god, yeah, that pressure is gross. Like, you have to, it's really a flow state boss. You can't really think. Your body has to move on its own. He moves too fast to think. This is pure primal instinct.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant of the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Second phase. Good shit. I'm getting.
How dare
This is pure primal instinct.
Nothing more.
Like, okay. Damn, the timing feels different each time. Come on. I'm in the flow state. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it. I'm not feeling it anymore. I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling pain. And only pain. Come on. Nope. Fake ass Raiden. What the fuck, dude? Can I play the game too? Dog, what are these combos? Like, genuinely, what the fuck are these combos? Where is this shit coming from? Where is this shit coming from? My God, dog, I can't keep up. I can't keep up with bro.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my God, man, my son.
Why'd I even try that? Why'd I even try that? Oh my God. Oh man. Sorry, believers. It's looking treacherous.
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. troublesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you.
Hey up the doubters. Fuck man, where were we at when we came in here? We was like 398 or some shit. Or like 395, oh, like 392, excuse me. Look, man, just pay him out, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all shouldn't have believed in me. I'm sorry. I'm a fraud.
Come to me,
I've been a fraud. Y'all new here?
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you have gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
I am more than a puppet. I'm a stalker. Like in a good way. I don't know how I got that nigga solo that one run. I'm not gonna lie to you, gang. I don't know how I got that nigga that low that run. I do not know. I'm in my cups and I'm thinking of him again. Bronze, are you okay? I guess that's a no. Bronze, Bronze, come on. Bronze, please. I'm playing League of Legends. Oh, really? Damn. Are you playing League and drinking?
You can become a real human. Come to me.
Probably got sad music playing in the background. I should be there too, but unfortunately, this game has got me by the fucking balls.
The Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you.
Are you turning it up? Okay, I see. As long as you're balancing it out. You can play League if you're thinking of him, but you gotta balance the music out.
Troublesome little puppet.
Is a song named after you? Oh shit.
Freedom is not for you.
You know, I would much rather be on League right now. Can I be honest, chat? I would much rather be on League right now than this one. This game has broken my heart.
No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way.
League stream? No. No, buddy. Don't fuck me.
If you can't find those memories, I'll make you into a real human. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Motherfucker, man. Chat, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I haven't eaten in like fucking 7 hours, and this game threw this boss at me out of left field. Oh my god. I don't think I don't think my mind has it in it. I don't think my mind has it in me, you know? I don't think my mind has it in me to keep this up. Last run that I'm off this bullshit.
You can become a real human. Come to me.
I just was not trying to. I don't want to have a whole other stream dedicated to this one bitch. Because I know whenever I'm gonna get on, beat this guy in like 30 minutes.
Bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carl.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm done. I'm done. I need to eat. My brain is not there. I need to go fucking eat. I need to go eat. However, W stream though. W stream. I really wanted to beat this game tonight, but like, yeah, I need to go eat, dog. It's been, I don't want to quit, guys. My pride. Oh my God, my heart. Do you understand what's happening to me right now? I am fighting every urge in my life to keep this stream going. like my pride. I don't want to cut this off. Oh my God. No, if I go get food, nigga, I'm not coming back. It's over with. Fuck y'all. No, my Brit, no, it's no shame in quitting. Omega CIA, you think you a Nah, like it's 1:30. I've been live for what? We've been live for 9 hours playing this bullshit. Nah, I don't even. Yeah, no, I'm good. We had a great stream. We had a great stream. We'll beat this game next stream for sure. But I want to go eat and cut these lights off. But W stream indeed. W stream indeed. W stream, W chat, W people. Thank y'all. Thank you. W raise today. Thank you again, Bronze, for that raid. I appreciate you. And my boy Amthriga. Appreciate y'all. W stream. Yeah, we'll beat this shit next stream for sure. For sure. I appreciate y'all boys. And girls and thems. I'ma go eat. And go relax. Probably get on League. But I gotta eat first, or else I'm gonna fucking die. But bye guys. Have a good time. Bye. Heart. Bye. 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 Deuces.